Chapter 795. In the center of the arena, following Lin Yuan's defeat, the deathly silent atmosphere was like a whirlwind that enveloped all parts of the earth. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the figure in the center of the arena in disbelief. Immediately after, the atmosphere of the Cloud Sky faction naturally reached the peak. Because the victory of this battle already meant that their Cloud Sky faction had tied the score with the Kongtong faction. The two factions were once again standing on the same starting line. Only the last disciple battle between the two factions would decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land in front of them. And such a situation, not to mention the disciples of the Kongtong faction, even Shen Junyao, at this moment, had a hint of coldness on her delicate face. Originally, according to her thoughts, her Kongtong faction should be able to occupy this treasure land in these 10 battles. But now, it had been forcefully delayed until now, and there was even uncertainty. However, the coldness on Shen Juanyao's beautiful face disappeared in a flash, and it quickly returned to a faint smile like before. Because she had long thought that no matter the final result of this battle, today's Crystal Marrow treasure land would definitely belong to her Kongtong faction. What this battle could decide was whether the process of ownership was good or not. No matter how great the shock was, it would eventually calm down. When the shock subsided, Yan Chutian had already returned to the camp of the Cloud Sky faction, and then looked at the last remaining disciple. The only thing he could do was to defeat Lin Yuan, who was stronger among the two remaining disciples of the Kongtong faction, and tie the score between the two factions. As for the outcome, even the current Yan Chutian could not control it. But thinking about it, in this last battle, the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction should not be weaker than the other party. The last battle finally erupted under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. The two of them naturally knew the result of this battle, but it determined the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land in front of them. Therefore, without any explanation, they did not hesitate to exhaust their own cultivation. Under such a desperate situation, the battle between the two naturally became more and more intense, more and more turbulent. The final result of this battle could be said to be unexpected, but in fact, it was within the expectations of many people. The two of them did not hesitate to exhaust their cultivation to the last moment, but they no longer had the strength to continue. Therefore, this battle clearly ended in a draw. This battle was also a draw, which meant that the final result of today's battle between the two factions would end in a draw. Perhaps this still could not decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land, but it still made many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction sigh in relief. That was because even they had no choice but to admit that being able to draw was already not easy for their Cloud Sky bloodline. In truth, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had the possibility of being defeated time and time again in the 10 battles. However, perhaps because of the precedent set by Qing Lai, the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline did not hesitate to exhaust their cultivation base and foundation in order to stabilize themselves. It was also because of this the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, the Sky faction of the Kongtong faction, was of the Cloud Sky treasure land Sky, the Sky of the Cloud Sky. Of the Cloud Sky, of the Sky of the Cloud of faction of the Cloud of the Cloud Sky of the Sky of the Sky, Cloud Sky of the Sky of the Cloud of the Sky of the disciples. The defeated disciples did not dare to refute. After all, even if their individual strength was not weak, they were facing the anger of the crowd at this moment. And the anger of the crowd could not be offended. Fortunately, just as they were feeling ashamed, Shen Junyao, who was at the front of the crowd, once again spoke with a light smile, attracting the attention of the crowd and immediately reducing the pressure on them. Haha, the Cloud Sky faction is really full of geniuses. I did not expect that a total of 10 battles between our two factions would not be able to decide the victor. At this point, Shen Juanyao's tone suddenly changed and she continued, however, this Crystal Marrow treasure land must be decided. Therefore, why don't our two factions have another battle and send a disciple below the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion stage to decide the ownership of this treasure land? Shen Junyao spoke so logically that even Yuan Yang and Ba Hong could not find a reason to refute. In fact, it was not that they did not want to refute, but if they refuted, how would they decide the ownership of this Crystal Marrow treasure land? If it was still a competition between all the disciples, then the so-called 10 battles from before would be a complete waste of time and meaningless. At the same time, seeing that Yuan Yang and Ba Hong did not refute, Shen Junyao continued to speak. My Kongtong faction will send out the winner of the first battle. As Shen Junyao's voice fell, a green-robed figure slowly walked out from behind her. This green-robed figure was the unfathomable green-robed youth who had easily defeated Zhou Yan in the first battle. However, at this time, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction already knew his identity, Sun Yan. Moreover, they also knew that Sun Yan was one of the top figures in the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. There were even rumors that he could originally step into the Tianfujing 6th floor. However, he was dissatisfied with the range of the Heavenly Palace that he could open up, so he deliberately suppressed it. He only wanted to continue accumulating strength, thinking that he could open up the Heavenly Palace territory with all his strength the next time he broke through. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or false, his strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, Zhou Yan would not have been so powerlessly defeated at his hands. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Shen Junyao was fully confident in such a battle because she knew that Sun Yan had such a trump card. In short, Shen Junyao's straightforwardness in pushing Sun Yan out was an invisible pressure on the Cloud Sky faction. If Yuan Yang and Ba Hong refused to fight like this, no matter what the reason was, everyone would think that half of them were afraid of fighting. This point would cause the momentum of the Cloud Sky faction to drop. After all, it could be seen that the Cloud Sky faction had taken the initiative to lower their heads to the Kongtong faction. Knowing this, even Ba Hong and Yuan Yang did not dare to casually open their mouths or refuse. Needless to say, if they refused, on the contrary, if they agreed, then who could defeat Sun Yan, or even just fight? At this moment, sensing the hesitation of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, as well as the gloomy atmosphere of the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, Yan Chutian took a deep breath, and then no longer hesitated, taking a step forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even for him, there was no guarantee that he would win against Sun Yan, but he knew very well that at this time, he had to stand up. Otherwise, if this continued, it would only get worse for the Cloud Sky faction. Yan Chutian took a step forward, and naturally attracted the attention of all the disciples of the two factions in an instant. Needless to say, the disciples of the Kongtong faction knew that the other party had defeated Lin Yuan, but they did not expect that he would dare to stand up at this time. Could it be that he did not know that the opponent he had to face in this situation was Sun Yan? And Sun Yan could easily defeat Lin Yuan. He was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm of the Kongtong faction, and was considered a top genius. Or did he think that against Sun Yan, he could still perform the scene of the weak defeating the strong? When the numerous disciples of the Cloud Heaven faction saw Yan Chutian take a step forward, they were initially startled, but soon after, unconcealable excitement and joy appeared on their faces one after another. It was not that they could not feel the previous atmosphere, but it was really a bit depressing. And at this moment, when someone stood up, no matter who the other party was, it made them feel that the pressure was relieved and they could breathe. But of course, in addition to excitement, there were also disciples who could not help but show worry on their faces. After all, Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor. Even though he had performed well before, the opponent this time was Sun Yan, so how could they not worry? In front of the disciples of the Kongtong faction, Shen Junyao looked at Yan Chutian with interest. She also did not expect that the other party would dare to stand up at this time. However, she would not forget to say one more sentence. Ba Hong Yuan Yang, Are these the representative disciples of your Cloud Sky faction? Hearing this, the two of them did not immediately answer, but both looked at Yan Chutian's figure. But perhaps it was because of the general trend, or perhaps it was because of Yan Chutian's amazing performance before. In the end, the two of them nodded one after another. Chapter 796. In front of the dragon-shaped mountain range, where the aura of crystal marrow soared into the sky, the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction faced each other. Everyone was staring intently at the two figures facing each other in the middle of the empty arena. One of them was a green-robed young man. Almost everyone in the Kongtong faction knew who he was. It was rumored that his cultivation base could have broken through to the Tianfujing 6th floor, but he had forcibly suppressed it because he was dissatisfied with the expansion of the Tianfujing Palace after his breakthrough. However, it was also because of this that he was at the top of the Kongtong faction in the 5th level of the Tianfujing realm. He was almost invincible. Moreover, this point had already been vaguely displayed in front of everyone in the first of the 10 battles. Even the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, who were his enemies, had to admit that he was powerful. As for the other person, even though very few people in the Cloud Sky faction knew about him, he had used his strength to make a name for himself among the silver medalist disciples in the Cloud Sky faction. Moreover, this kind of fame shocked many of the disciples of the Kongtong lineage. This was because his cultivation base was only at the Tianfujing 4th floor, but not long ago, he had cleanly defeated a 5th-level Tianfujing disciple of the Kongtong faction. It was also because of this that some of the Kongtong faction's disciples felt that the outcome of the battle between Sun Yan and Sun Yan had become confusing. It would be better for Sun Yan to face off against the top 5th-level Tianfujing realm disciples of the Cloud Sky faction who were somewhat famous. However, under the various gazes of the crowd, the battle between the two of them slowly began. No matter what the outside world thought of Sun Yan's attitude was still extremely cold and arrogant. He calmly looked at Yan Chutian, who was dozens of feet away. His face was full of indifference, as if no matter what kind of attack his opponent used, it wouldn't cause any ripples in his heart. Previously, Yan Chutian had already seen Sun Yan's extremely arrogant temperament. Although one had to admit that he did have the right to be arrogant, for the current Yan Chutian, this was an extremely good opportunity. Since the other party had proudly handed over the initiative to attack to him, he naturally had to make good use of it and try to use all of his attack. Secretly urging his own spiritual energy, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, his illusory figure constantly jumped from place to place. However, when Sun Yan saw his actions, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Because to him, such actions were meaningless. If they wanted to break through his defense, they could only rely on true strength. If they wanted to rely on a surprise attack, it would be no different from a fool's dream. However, he didn't mind giving the other party some hope now. However, when the other party thought that he had found an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, he would not hesitate to ruthlessly crush the hope in the other party's heart. The following situation seemed to be completely as Sun Yan had expected. Not long after, Yan Chutian, who seemed to have grasped the opportunity, suddenly disappeared from the spot. Immediately after, he could sense that a sense of danger had already approached his heart. However, even if this sense of danger came very quickly, Sun Yan did not panic at all. This was because he had long thought that if the other party thought that a surprise attack could defeat him, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Even though the time given to him to react was extremely short, he still lifted his body in an instant and propped up a light screen around him. The seemingly inconspicuous spiritual energy barrier, which did not even have much aura fluctuations, was like the most indestructible defense after the attack landed. The attack, at most, stirred up some ripples on the light screen. Haha, I'll give you another chance. After easily blocking the attack, Sun Yen smiled faintly at Yan Chutian and casually dispersed the spiritual energy light screen. However, although he spoke casually, in reality, it caused quite a commotion between the two factions. Needless to say, the Kong Tong faction's disciples couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Sun Yan's calmness and his overbearing words of giving Sun Yan another chance after blocking the attack. This naturally made them want to obtain the Crystal Essence Land. When they looked in the direction of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples, their eyes were filled with pride. Since the Kong Tong faction was so proud, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction could not help but show ugly expressions. This was because the Kong Tong faction's prided disciples' performance was too shocking. It made it difficult for them to believe that Yan Chutian had a chance of winning or even just exchanging blows with him. It was also because of this that some of the disciples secretly resented Yan Chutian. If he was defeated, wouldn't it mean that they would have to give up the Crystal Essence Land in front of them? The atmosphere outside the arena was noisy, but Yan Chutian was still extremely calm. He quietly looked at Sun Yen and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, even so, he still wasn't afraid at all. This was because he had yet to display his true abilities. Next, Yan Chutian once again jumped around like a ghost, as if he was waiting for an opportunity to find a loophole. Sun Yen really did as he said and gave him another chance to attack, so he didn't take the initiative to attack. A moment later, as if he had found another loophole, Yan Chutian suddenly disappeared from his original position and attacked Sun Yan's back from an extremely tricky angle. In response, Sun Yen still didn't move. He only raised his hand and held up the spiritual energy light screen. However, the moment he held up the spiritual energy light screen, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. It felt as if his body had suddenly stiffened for a moment. This might be extremely inconspicuous, but when Sun Yen sensed the attack that was already in front of him, how could he not understand what was going on? This guy's attack seemed to be similar to the previous one, but it was obvious that he had secretly used the strange technique that made his body stiffen for a moment. Although Sun Yen sensed this, he still didn't panic. He just faced the powerful attack head-on, raised his hand and punched out. This punch appeared to be very simple, but it was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. If one looked carefully, they could clearly see that the power of this punch had already pierced through space and collided with the incoming attack. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as a powerful wave of air swept out, stirring up the surrounding land until it was in a complete mess. Immediately after, the two figures both retreated. The difference was that one of the two figures retreated by more than 10 steps. As for the other one, it only took a few steps back. The one that retreated more than 10 steps was Yan Chutian, and the other was naturally Sun Yen. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yan Chutian, because they had all seen the scene just now. Although Sun Yen had only taken a few steps back, it was still a real step back. Before this, there weren't many fifth-level Heavenly Palace cultivators who dared to say that they could make him retreat in such a head-on clash. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't see the distance that Yan Chutian had retreated, so they knew that Sun Yen still had the advantage in such a head-on clash. Thus, although no one dared to underestimate Yan Chutian, it didn't make the disciples of the Kong Tong faction feel worried. Moreover, the disciples of the Kong Tong faction also knew that it was time for Sun Yen to take the initiative. And if he took the initiative to attack, it would be much more terrifying than what was before them. It's not effective? In the camp of the Cloud Sky faction, Maihani's face was filled with worry. She believed that since Yan Chutian had taken the initiative to step forward, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, it seemed that he didn't have any effect. Moreover, this was under the condition that Sun Yen hadn't taken the initiative to attack. Maihani didn't even dare to imagine what the situation would be like if Sun Yen took the initiative to attack. Even Maihani didn't dare to think about it, let alone Yuan Yang, Ba Hong and the others. They all felt that the outcome of this battle was far from good. If this continued, their Cloud Sky faction would definitely lose this battle. However, if they lost, could it be that they would really have to give up the Crystal Marrow treasure land without doing anything? In an instant, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong both became hesitant. After all, no one wanted to miss out on such an opportunity. However, at this moment, their factions were facing off against each other, and they didn't have the advantage in terms of strength. However, if they continued to fight for the Crystal Marrow treasure land after losing this battle, wouldn't their reputation suffer as well? Chapter 797. In the center of the field, Yan Chutian's face was still calm as he looked at Sun Yan, who was still safe and sound. Although he had the intention of injuring Sun Yan with such an attack, it was expected that he would return without any results. After all, the previous attack had already allowed him to gauge Sun Yan's strength. But no matter what Yan Chutian was thinking, Sun Yan would no longer allow Yan Chutian to take the initiative to attack like before. Not to mention that he didn't have the intention to continue delaying. Even at the bottom of his heart, he had to admit that because of Yan Chutian's attack, he felt a little uneasy. The fellow in front of him, who looked like he was from the Tianfuging fourth floor, already made him pay more attention to him. With that thought, Sun Yan naturally wouldn't delay any longer. As he raised his hand and formed a seal, the spiritual energy around him continuously surged. Waves of turbulent spiritual power circled around his body like a torrent. Immediately afterward, under his hand seal, a ferocious green python gradually emerged from the torrent of spiritual power. But this wasn't the end. From the spiritual energy flood, another giant python's head popped out. Only when one looked carefully would one understand that it was a two-headed green python. Sun Yan's technique immediately attracted the attention of many disciples from the Cloud Sky lineage. Compared to that, the disciples from the Kongtong lineage had clearly expected something like this. However, this didn't stop them from looking forward to Sun Yan's moves. Because they knew his moves, they naturally knew how powerful they were. Returning to the main topic, the two-headed green python slowly came out from the spiritual energy flood. Its ferocious-looking beast eyes naturally locked onto Yan Chutian from afar. Closely after, the green python leaped out, opening their mouths that were filled with sharp fangs. They pierced through space and swiftly swallowed Yan Chutian. The two-headed giant python swallowed. As it swallowed, even space seemed to be swallowed and distorted. Its terrifying power was self-evident. Since Sun Yan had already launched his attack, it naturally caused countless gazes to look towards Yan Chutian. His opponent had already taken the initiative to make a move, so he naturally wanted to know exactly what sort of method the latter would use to resist his attack. Yan Chutian was not afraid in the face of the two-headed azure python that was devouring space. He only slowly formed a seal and continuously condensed his own spiritual power. As his spiritual energy gathered, a spiritual energy light screen quickly formed in front of him, just like Sun Yan. However, even though this light curtain appeared to be thick, it continued to show signs of crumbling as the two-headed green python swallowed it. At first, everyone thought that it was because Yan Chutian's spiritual light curtain was too weak. But soon, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was an indescribable power of devouring spirit chi and spiritual power in the two-headed azure python's huge mouth. It was also because of this that the condensed spiritual energy light screen showed signs of collapsing. However, even if they knew the reason, it was impossible for the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline to not be worried. Because from the looks of it, Sun Yan's two-headed azure python would be able to break Yan Chutian's spiritual light curtain very quickly. After all, in such a collision, the power of the spiritual light curtain was being continuously devoured by the azure python. This scene caused many disciples of the Kongtong bloodline to reveal a cold smile when they saw it. Although they already knew of Sun Yan's methods, they were still extremely satisfied with the effects of this method. The disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline were probably panicking right now, right? However, when many disciples of the Kongtong bloodline looked over, they noticed that Sun Yan's expression was still as calm as before. This caused many of them to be in disbelief, and they couldn't help but mock him. In their eyes, Sun Yan was definitely putting on an act. How could he remain calm in such a situation? However, they were destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Yan Chutian was still able to remain calm. Not only was it because of the temperament he had cultivated over the years, but it was also because it was finally time for the method he had secretly prepared to appear. When he thought of this, he didn't hesitate any longer. He activated the mysterious seal in his hand and slowly activated the technique that had been dormant in the dark. At the same time, under the impact and devouring of the two-headed azure python, the spiritual light curtain in front of Yan Chutian was finally unable to hold on and was forcibly torn apart. However, in the next moment, the two-headed azure python continued to devour, obviously wanting to destroy it in one fell swoop. Between the heavens and the earth, a buzzing sound that no one had expected suddenly sounded. As the buzzing sound faded, the corners of the center of the field fell. Spiritual light pillars continued to soar into the sky. Immediately, under the sky, there were also energy threads that continued to connect. After that, a huge mysterious power quickly appeared and suppressed every corner of the spiritual energy light screen. Naturally, it also included Sun Yan. Although this scene appeared extremely quickly, it was not as if many of the disciples had not sensed this power before. Therefore, they were able to detect it at the first instant. However, it was only after they sensed this that many disciples revealed shocked expressions on their faces. This was because this power was clearly the power of Array Dao. In other words, this huge method in front of them was actually a Array Dao? Boom! While countless people were still in shock, a huge azure arm rapidly gathered from the connected Array Dao. Then, with a bang, it fiercely collided with the two-headed azure python and was finally annihilated. However, even if Sun Yan's attack was so easily blocked, it could not compare to the shock caused by this huge Array Dao. They naturally knew that the Array Dao in front of them could not have been set up by Sun Yan. If it was not him, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? But how was that possible? How could he be so proficient in the Tao of formations? Furthermore, when did he manage to deceive everyone and set up this formation in front of everyone's eyes? At this moment, not only the disciples of the Kongtong faction, but even the eyes of the Cloud Sky faction were filled with undisguised shock. It was not an exaggeration to say that their shock towards this scene was comparable to the disciples of the Kongtong faction. Only people like Maihani, who already vaguely knew that Yan Chutian was proficient in Array Dao, understood at this moment. However, understanding did not mean that they could stay calm. This was because they did not expect Yan Chutian's Array Dao to be so powerful. The Array Dao pressure that was emitted was so strong that even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm could feel the pressure. After that, looking at the huge Array Dao in front of them, some people suddenly recognized the identity of this Array Dao. No, this Array Dao is the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array. This is the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array? How is this possible? More exclamations sounded in the next moment. This was because the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array Dao was extremely famous among the inner disciples. This was not because it was so powerful that other Array Dao could not compare to it. Instead, it was because Yan Chutian had once used this Array Dao during the competition for the title of number 1 disciple and had finally won. With such a reason, the name of this formation naturally spread far and wide. It was the same for the Spirit Art Shattering Star Mark. However, since the Great Thousand Spirit Slaughtering Array was able to be used by Yan Chutian at that time, it naturally had its own power. Although his current Array Dao strength could not be compared to his previous life, he had already reached the level where he could make this Array Dao absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 3,000 feet. Since the great thousand spirit slaughtering array was already displayed, Yen Chutian naturally would not give the other party any chance to breathe. The first thing he did was to activate the formation again. As the array Tao rumbled, it continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It could even be clearly felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 3,000 feet was being moved by the array Tao. Under the convergence of such a vast amount of spiritual qi, a huge azure arm rapidly formed in the center of the array Tao. On the arm, ancient and mysterious azure runes faintly flickered with spiritual light, adding a touch of power to the azure arm. Perhaps it was because the great thousand spirit slaughtering array Tao was too famous, or perhaps it was because the azure arm condensed within the great thousand spirit slaughtering array Tao was too powerful. It was enough to make many fifth-level Heaven Palace realm cultivators feel a great threat. Therefore, at this moment, many disciples of the Kongtong faction were faintly worried. Could Sun Yen block the attack of the great thousand spirit slaughtering array? Chapter 798. A cyan arm appeared in the sky. The cyan lines on the arm flickered with cyan light, adding even more power to the already unparalleled power of this attack. Looking at this scene, even the originally cold and arrogant Sun Yen could not hide the shock that surfaced on his face at this moment. Because of this situation, how could he not know that the other party's so-called waiting for an opportunity to find his weakness was most likely to secretly set up this great thousand soul-slaughtering array? In other words, he took the initiative to give the opportunity to set up this array to the other party. Although his original intention was to give the other party a chance to take the initiative, the current situation made him feel as if he was being played by the other party. So how could his expression be good? However, in the next moment, Sun Yen no longer cared about this, because he could clearly feel how powerful the green arm that was condensed from the great thousand soul-slaughtering array was. Even he himself felt pressured by such a huge force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the green arm appeared in the sky, and as the green light on the green lines surged, it was like a mountain, directly suppressing Sun Yen below. Sun Yen couldn't care less about the suppression of the green arm. He suddenly raised both of his palms, and the spiritual energy around him crazily swept up, condensing into two torrents of spiritual energy in a short period of time. The torrents of spiritual energy surged. However, even with these two torrents of spiritual energy in front of them, when the green palm pressed down, after a moment of deadlock, it forcibly tore apart the torrents of spiritual energy in the middle. Of course, Sun Yan's defensive power was not child's play. Thus, even though it was being torn apart, the power of the green arm was continuously being depleted in this process. However, even if it was consumed, the power of the green arm was still enormous, to the extent that when it finally broke through the torrents of spiritual energy, the remaining power poured down, and forcibly knocked Sun Yan's body down from the sky, smashing into the mountain range. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and such a roar also caused the minds of the people present to tremble violently. Following which, countless extremely shocked gazes gathered once again. However, this time around, their target was Sun Yen, who had been smashed into the mountain range, and whose fate was unknown. This was especially true for the disciples of the Kongtong sect. Their expressions changed dramatically because many of them thought of a possibility that was extremely difficult for them to accept. Could it be that Sun Yen was defeated at the hands of that Yun Tian faction's disciple because of this? Above the great thousand spirit slaughtering formation, Yen Chutian, who was like a ruler, gently breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Shortly after, he turned his gaze towards the messy mountain range. However, perhaps the others felt that Sun Yen would be defeated by this attack. However, he could vaguely feel that Sun Yen would not fail because of this. Furthermore, because of this situation, he would no longer hold back and would do his best. In other words, even if this great thousand spirit slaughtering formation that could draw in the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 feet was set up, it still wouldn't be safe. As if to confirm Yan Chutian's premonition, in the next moment, there were strands of indescribable mysterious aura that continuously spread out from the mountain range. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of countless surrounding gazes. It was also this scene that caused the worried expressions of many disciples of the Kongtong sect to calm down. This caused the disciples of the Yun Tian faction to have no choice but to restrain their excited expressions from before. The reason for that was because this scene proved that the battle had yet to end. In front of the disciples of the Kongtong sect, the red-clothed and fiery figure, Shen Junyao, stood quietly. Even if she did not make any movements, it was still an extremely alluring scene that was enough to attract too many gazes. Similarly, Shen Junyao did not reveal a worried expression from the beginning to the end as she looked at the mountain range. This was because she was too clear that Sun Yan's strength was not just that bit from before. Others might not know, but she, Shen Junyao, was very clear that if this fellow used his full strength, even if it was the real Tianfuging 6th floor, he might not be unable to fight. On the other side, Jiang Shao also did not say a word and only narrowed his eyes. Although he was not clear about Sun Yan, if Shen Junyao was so assured of him, then he naturally would not be worried. Moreover, speaking of which, at this moment, he was extremely interested in the disciple of the Yun Tian faction who was fighting with Sun Yan. He was clearly only at the Tianfuging 4th floor realm, but his true strength was comparable to the 5th level of the Tianfuging realm. Not to mention, the array Dao attainments that were displayed at this moment was also difficult to ignore. Such a fellow even involuntarily reminded him of the Yun Tian faction that had appeared out of nowhere and later became the #1 disciple of the entire Firmament God Palace. However, after thinking about it, he could not help but shake his head. In Jiang Zhao's opinion, he was making a fuss over nothing. Although the disciple of the Yun Tian faction in front of him was extraordinary, how could he be compared to Yan Chutian? When the latter was born, his cultivation and strength had reached the peak of the Yun Tian faction. When he became famous again, the entire Firmament God Palace was shaken. While Jiang Shao was thinking to himself, between the mountain range where the mysterious power was constantly surging, a figure with disheveled hair and a rather miserable appearance slowly rose. Looking carefully, wasn't this figure Sun Yan? However, the current Sun Yan had already lost his previous calm, lonely and arrogant appearance. The current him not only looked miserable, but his eyes were also tightly shut. As for the mysterious power, it was continuously being emitted from his body. As Sun Yan's body slowly rose, the mysterious power around his body continuously spread out. Moreover, there seemed to be something faintly condensing behind him. In the next moment, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and a ray of dim light shot out from his brows. Behind his back, 2 huge wings that were also emitting a dim light suddenly spread open. As the dim light wings spread out, an unprecedented pressure quickly spread to all parts of the world like raindrop. At this moment, not to mention the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, even some of the Tianfuging 6th floor cultivators could faintly feel the pressure. Therefore, it naturally caused shock to appear in countless gazes. Although the target of the shock did not change, the reason had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. In the next moment, when the opened dim light wings gently flapped, Sun Yan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, when a rumbling sound rang out, countless pairs of eyes could clearly see a pillar of light shooting into the sky from the corner of the great 1,000 soul-slaughtering array. However, everyone knew that this was not the reason for the activation of the array, but because Sun Yan had forcefully opened a corner of the great 1,000 slaughtering spirit array. In front of the disciples of the Kongtong sect, a faint smile appeared on Shen Juanyao's pretty face as she watched this scene. It was as if all of this had been within her expectations all along. On the other side, looking at the dim light wings behind Sun Yan, Jiang Zhao's expression gradually understood. he also knew why Shen Junyao had such confidence in him. It was because he also knew about this spirit art and had even thought of cultivating it. However, due to certain reasons, he gave up on it. Therefore, he naturally knew the extent of the power of this spirit art. Regarding this, he was naturally happy to see it. After all, no matter what, his Kongtong line was going to occupy this crystal marrow treasure land today. But of course, it was better to say that it was legitimate. Otherwise, even if they occupied the treasure land, their reputation would be a little bad. At the same time, although many disciples of the Kongtong line did not know the reason for Sun Yan's current situation, this did not stop them from sensing how powerful he was. Thus, cold smiles and arrogance appeared on their faces one after another. On the other hand, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction were all extremely worried. It was hard for them to imagine how powerful Sun Yan, who was able to forcefully tear a corner of the great thousand slaughtering spirit array of such a level, was at this moment. What kind of method could their Cloud Sky line disciple take out to deal with this? Involuntarily, many gazes once again looked towards the thin figure above the great thousand slaughtering spirit array. Chapter 799. Yan Chutian's face remained terrifyingly calm despite the many different gazes on him. He was like a deep pool in the depths of the earth. It seemed that no matter how big the commotion was, it would not stir up any waves. Such a calm temperament was naturally not because he was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but because of the experience he had accumulated after experiencing all kinds of things. Indeed, looking at Sun Yan's posture in the great thousand slaughtering spirit array, even Yan Chutian felt a huge pressure at this moment. However, on the other hand, Yan Chutian had more or less expected this, because Shen Junyao dared to send him to decide the ownership of the Crystal Marrow treasure land. Regardless of whether he would fulfill his promise after the event, at least he had announced Sun Yan's strength. Therefore, if Sun Yan could not stir up any waves in his hands and had even been defeated by his great thousand slaughtering spirit array, Yan Chutian would more or less feel a little strange. However, even so, Yan Chutian knew that he had to do his best. Otherwise, if they were defeated by the other party, regardless of whether Yuan Yang and Ba Hong would carry out the dialogue between the two factions, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. As he exhaled lightly, the seals in his hands were already slowly formed again. As his hand seals continued to fuse into the formation, the enormous formation once again began to crazily devour the world's spirit chi within a 3,000 feet radius. Slowly, a huge vortex of spiritual energy formed in the great thousand slaughtering spirit array. However, it was no longer a green arm that appeared in the vortex of spiritual energy. Instead, it was a green longsword that gradually revealed its sharpness. As the spiritual energy continued to gather, the green longsword's body rose layer by layer. However, just as it was about to condense to the sword hilt, its speed slowed down. After that, even though the spiritual energy continued to madly converge, it was still unable to truly condense the sword hilt. It was only when one looked closely that they could see the illusory shape of the sword hilt. However, when the disciples saw this scene, they still revealed a look of disbelief on their faces. There were even many disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline. He couldn't help but exclaim, This is the great thousand swords of the great thousand spirit slaughtering formation. Although it's not fully formed, it's clearly the Kiliakosm sword. But how is that possible? The power of the boundless thousand swords can only condense the power of the formation by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of at least 4,000 feet. How is this possible? There were too many exclamations that formed a tidal wave. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, the boundless thousand swords floating in the air was real. Furthermore, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to fuse, the aura of the boundless thousand swords also continued to rise. Ascend. As the sword flashed, an extremely sharp sword intent spread out. Even some of the time-fuging sixth-floor practitioners felt their hearts palpitate when they felt this sword intent. However, condensing the boundless thousand swords had obviously taken a huge toll on Yan Chutian. But after all, he had condensed the embryonic form of the boundless thousand swords, so even if it consumed a lot of energy, it still made him look at Sun Yan, who was floating in the air, with a hint of sharpness. At the same time, feeling the sword intent of the boundless thousand swords, even Sun Yan felt a hint of palpitations. So in the next moment, he immediately flapped the wings on his back again. As the wings of light flapped, a storm swept up in an instant. Following that, from the storm, a dark spear gradually condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. When the dark spear appeared, from the tip of the spear, there was also an extremely sharp and piercing intent that constantly spread out. That feeling was as if no matter how strong the defense was, in front of this dark spear, it would only end up being pierced through. Although compared to the boundless thousand swords, Sun Yan's dark spear was even rarer. But this did not prevent everyone from feeling the power contained in this dark spear. Therefore, for a moment, everyone even felt that this fierce battle had reached its final moment. After this moment, the outcome would be decided. And not letting the crowd wait for too long, the dark spear and the boundless thousand swords shot out together. Both of them pierced through space and fiercely collided in the heavens and earth. Boom! Dazzling light blotted out the sun. Soon after, a turbulent rumbling sound resounded in an earth-shaking manner. At the same time, one could clearly see that the space in the sky had been easily torn apart like a rag. And if it was restored, it would be torn apart by the force of the collision again, unable to be truly restored. It was a long time later that the violent atmosphere finally gradually calmed down. And after the commotion calmed down, many pairs of eyes naturally hurriedly looked towards the source of the collision. Everyone was eager to know the result of this collision. Who exactly had won? Or rather, who exactly was the final victor of this battle? The turbulence continued to calm down, but before the ripples completely calmed down, the enormous boundless thousand-spirit slaughtering array suddenly collapsed inch by inch from the sky. This scene naturally caused the faces of countless disciples of the Cloud Sky lineage to change, revealing extremely ugly expressions. Because this situation, no matter how one looked at it, seemed like the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage had lost. Otherwise, how could the boundless thousand-spirit slaughtering array have collapsed so completely? It was also because of this scene that the disciples of the Kongtong lineage naturally had a face. They were overjoyed. It seemed like the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage was extraordinary, in the end, he still lost to the pride of their Kongtong lineage, Sun Yan. Soon after, as the energy ripple gradually calmed down, the crowd was not surprised to see Sun Yan's figure standing proudly. However, before the disciples of the Kongtong lineage could be happy, this towering figure suddenly trembled, and then the dark light wings on his back completely dissipated, returning to nothingness. Such a situation naturally caused the originally joyous expressions of the disciples of the Kongtong lineage to suddenly become extremely stiff. Following which, an extremely bad premonition emerged in the hearts of many people. The energy ripples completely calmed down, and only then was everyone able to clearly see that on the messy ground, on one side was Sun Yan, whose wings were half broken, and on the other side was the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage, whose robes were tattered and who was also in a sorry state. How could this scene not let everyone understand that the confrontation between the two disciples of their two lineages had actually ended in a draw? At this moment, even Shin Junyao could no longer maintain her previous calmness. A hint of unconcealable shock flashed across her pretty face. It was indeed difficult for her to imagine that Sun Yan, who had already used all his strength, was still unable to defeat the disciple of the Cloud Sky lineage. But how was this possible? Although it was true that the embryonic form of the boundless thousand sword had been condensed, it was only the embryonic form and not the true boundless thousand sword. Thus, how could it be possible to block Sun Yan's attack? However, even if Shen Junyao found it hard to believe, the scene that happened between heaven and earth was indeed true, and no one could refute it. It was also because of this that even Shen Junyao found it difficult to predict what the final result would be. If even Shen Junyao was in such a state, one could well imagine how the other disciples, including Jiang Shao and Yuan Yang and Ba Hong of the Cloud Sky lineage, felt. At this moment, apart from the shock on their faces, it was also difficult for them to think of anything else. Panting heavily, Yan Chutian's expression didn't look very good. Even the power of the boundless thousand sword just now showed signs of being unable to match Sun Yan. If he hadn't taken out the true crystal essence saliva in time at the last moment, it was likely that he would be in a much more sorry state than he was now. However, the price of this was that the true crystal essence saliva, which was already damaged, had reached a state where it was almost useless. It was likely that it would completely dissipate after enduring another such attack. Even so, Yan Chutian knew that he couldn't hesitate now. At this moment, Sun Yan's situation was definitely not much better than his. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, even though his situation wasn't good, Yan Chutian forcibly circulated the spiritual energy and mysterious yang qi in his body and shot out, heading straight for Sun Yan with the broken wing. Sogu. Chapter 800. His body shot out, and at the same time, a power was rapidly growing in his palm. The 5 yuan force intertwined and appeared again. It was the 5 yuan fragmentary star mark. However, even though Sun Yan was also badly injured, he naturally could not sit still and wait for death when he sensed the incoming danger. Thus, at the first moment, one could see him raise his palms. At the same time, although half of the dark light wings on his back were damaged, they quickly spread out. Immediately after, a violent power rapidly gathered in his palm and viciously struck towards Yan Chutian. Boom! The rumbling sounds of the 5 elements fragmentary star mark and the raging power once again echoed out. However, although the commotion this time was not small, it was obviously not as big as before. After all, the two of them were now at the end of their rope. However, it was also because of this that even though the two of them gave off a weak feeling, no one dared to underestimate them at this moment. This was because everyone knew what kind of fierce battle the two of them had gone through to reach this point. At least among the disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, no one from the two factions dared to stand out and think that they could compare with the two of them. However, no matter what, the outcome of this battle had to be determined. Therefore, countless gazes continued to be fixed on the two of them in the center of the arena, not missing a single detail. The crowd did not have to wait for too long. Very soon, one of the two people who had exchanged blows seemed to be unable to endure any longer. He was forced to withdraw during the collision. When he received another attack, he was forced to retreat several feet. This scene made the faces of the disciples from the Kong Tong faction turn ugly. This was because the figure that seemed to be defeated was not a disciple from the Cloud Sky faction, but the pride of the Kong Tong faction, Sun Yan. However, Yan Chutian did not care about their expressions. Finally seizing the opportunity, he quickly attacked with his remaining power, not giving his opponent any time to recover. Sun Yan's defeat was not fake. Moreover, under Yan Chutian's advantage, he could no longer hold on. Even the remaining half of the dark light wings on his back were completely destroyed. Although his body did not shoot backwards like a cannonball, it still smashed into the ground in an extremely miserable manner, causing a loud boom to resound. In the sky, only a thin figure, who was panting heavily and looked quite miserable and weak, was left. Yan Chutian. Such an outcome clearly shook the hearts of the disciples of the Kongtong sect. Although they already knew that the disciple from the Cloud Sky faction was extremely powerful, or else he would not have been able to fight Sun Yan to such a miserable extent. However, knowing about it was one thing. When Sun Yen was truly defeated, the shock that was stirred up was still unable to be calmed down. After all, in their eyes, Yen Chutian's strength was only on the Tianfujing fourth floor. With such a cultivation, he was able to defeat Sun Yen, who stood at the peak of the fifth level of the Sky Palace stage. How powerful would he be when he broke through to the fifth level of the Sky Palace stage? This was something that the disciples of the Kong Tong faction could not even imagine, because once they thought about it, they would involuntarily imagine an even more terrifying possibility. The disciples of the Kong Tong faction had unprecedentedly ugly expressions. One could imagine how happy and excited the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction would be at this moment. It was hard for them to imagine that the disciple of their Cloud Sky faction had actually defeated the pride of the Kong Tong faction, Sun Yen. Although they were disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, it was still extremely difficult for them to imagine the scene of their Cloud Sky faction winning at the beginning of the battle. The reason for that was because the scene of Sun Yen defeating Zhou Yen was simply too powerful. In fact, even now, they had no choice but to admit Sun Yan's strength. However, what was unexpected was that the strength of their Cloud Sky faction's disciple was truly shocking. Although his cultivation was only on the Tianfujing fourth floor, the strength he unleashed was comparable to the complete fifth level of the Sky Palace stage. It was even close to the strength of the Tianfujing sixth floor. However, amidst the joy of the crowd, there were still one or two gazes that contained other emotions besides shock. Take Ba Xian for example. At this moment, besides disbelief, there was also jealousy, fear and other complicated emotions intertwined. As for Mai Hani, besides being shocked, there was also a look of reverence on her pretty face. However, even she herself was unaware of the expression on her face. As for Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, although the two of them were also shocked, they would not forget something more important. Since their Cloud Sky faction had won this battle, they could confidently force the other party to leave this place. However, just as Ba Hong and Yuan Yang raised their heads, they suddenly felt that the situation was not good. This was because they could clearly feel that Jiang Zhao's figure had suddenly appeared in the sky at some unknown time. Shortly after, Jiang Zhao slapped down with his palm. Massive amounts of spiritual energy gushed out, causing the surrounding space to cave in. At the same time, Yen Chutian's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. This scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the two of them could not react in time. However, when the rumbling sound rang out, how could they not understand that the other party was obviously going to go back on their words? Jiang Zhao, is your Cloud Sky faction going to go back on your words? Although what happened to Yen Chutian had nothing to do with him, Ba Hong's expression was still ugly. Because this meant that the other party did not put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, how could they make such a direct move? Facing Ba Hong's shout, Jiang Zhao only coldly smiled. Then, he looked at the dragon-shaped mountain range in front of him, where the aura of crystal marrow soared into the sky, and said with a faint smile, "Ha ha. I've played enough of the warm-up game. This crystal marrow treasure land should belong to my Kongtong faction. So you can scram." Jiang Zhao's extremely domineering laughter slowly fell. Naturally, the faces of Ba Hong, Yuan Yang, and many other Cloud Sky faction disciples were extremely ugly. Although many of them had more or less expected the Kongtong faction, it was impossible for them to give up on this crystal marrow treasure land. However, they did not expect the Kongtong faction to be so domineering. It was clearly their side that had lost, but at this moment, they could so confidently tell them to scram. However, just as Ba Hong was about to say something sarcastic, a figure suddenly rose up from the huge pit that was created by Jiang Zhao's sudden attack. The appearance of such a figure naturally attracted everyone's attention because the owner of this figure was Yen Chutian. However, how was this possible? How could he not be eliminated after taking a blow from Jiang Zhao in such a weak state? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, he did not seem to have suffered much damage. After rising up from the huge pit, Yan Chutian's gaze naturally quickly locked onto Jiang Shao. Even he did not expect Jiang Shao to be so shameless as to attack him as if he was sneak attacking him. If he had not reacted in time and hurriedly brought out the true crystal marrow saliva, he would not have been able to keep his nameplate and would have been seriously injured and eliminated. However, even though he had brought out the true crystal marrow saliva, the price he had to pay was extremely great. It was precisely the true crystal marrow saliva that had completely shattered and disappeared from the world. Haha, the disciples of the Kongtong faction are truly arrogant. You actually dared to sneak attack me, a disciple of the Tianfujing fourth floor. Yan Chutian naturally did not forget to mock Jiang Shao as he coldly looked at him. Hearing his ridicule, the expressions of many disciples of the Kongtong faction naturally became uneasy. Although the other party was not as he said and was only a disciple of the Tianfujing fourth floor, Jiang Zhao's sneak attack was indeed not a sneak attack. However, Jiang Zhao's sneak attack was not fake, and with Jiang Zhao's position, it was naturally despicable no matter what. While many disciples of the Kongtong faction had unnatural expressions, Jiang Shao only narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Yan Chutian before moving his gaze away in an unconcerned manner as he slowly spoke. What a lucky thing! It seems like you have some life-saving method. However, this method can protect you for a while, but it can't protect you forever. As Jiang Zhao's voice fell, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction mocked him for being shameless. However, Yan Chutian did not say anything. He only quickly turned around and rushed back to the Cloud Sky faction's camp. Chapter 801. Yan Chutian, who was in a rather sorry state, quickly returned to the camp of the Cloud Sky clan. During this process, no one mocked him. After all, everyone knew that he had defeated Sun Yen from the Kongtong clan in a head-on battle. Under such circumstances, he had been ambushed by Jiang Shao from the Tianfujing 7th floor of the Kongtong clan, yet he had not been defeated. Many of them could not even do one of these things, so how could they dare to have the face to mock him in such a sorry state? Are you all right? When Yan Chutian returned, my Hani hurriedly rushed forward and asked. However, she seemed to have realized that her attitude was too proactive, so she quickly took a step back and adjusted her expression. However, she was actually too sensitive. At this moment, Yan Chutian did not care about her expression or emotions. Hearing the question, he only subconsciously replied, and then quickly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Kongtong clan. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two factions was extremely tense. After all, Jiang Zhao's previous words had already completely expressed his attitude. In front of the many disciples of the Cloud Sky clan who were waiting for him, Ba Hong gradually calmed down. He then looked at Xin Junyao and said coldly, "Xin Junyao, is this what you mean as well? Is your Kongtong clan really going to go back on your word and go back on your word?" Hearing this, Shen Juanyao's expression did not even change in the slightest. She only looked at Ba Hong with extreme calmness and lightly opened her red lips. If we can occupy it legitimately, it would naturally be the best situation. However, it seems that we have to make a move now. Jiang Shao and Shen Junyao, one after the other, had clearly expressed their attitudes. In such a situation, even though Ba Hong and Yuan Yang secretly scolded him for being shameless, there was nothing they could do about it, nor was there a way to change it. However, perhaps if Yan Chutian and Sun Yen had been defeated, they would still have some hesitation. However, this battle was won by the Cloud Sky bloodline, so how could they be forced back by the other side? Under such circumstances, the atmosphere between the disciples of the two factions grew more and more intense. The hostile atmosphere seemed like it could completely ignite a great battle between the two factions at any moment. However, just as the chaotic battle between the two factions was about to truly erupt, a whistling sound suddenly rang out from the outside world. Not long after, one beautiful figure after another descended from the clouds and gradually landed in another place outside the two veins. More and more beautiful figures gathered. Within a short period of time, an extremely strong force had also gathered at the third spot. Moreover, in front of the many beautiful figures, 2 beautiful figures in purple slowly descended from the sky. Following which, a clear bell-like laughter resounded across the sky. "Ha ha, coming at the right time is better than coming early. I didn't expect that there would be a new crystal marrow treasure land in this place." The moment these words were spoken, countless gazes were immediately attracted by the many beautiful figures that had appeared, as well as the 2 beautiful figures in purple at the very front. With the way they were dressed, it was easy for everyone to see through their identities. Apart from the freezing sky bloodline, where else did they originate from? The appearance of the freezing sky bloodline naturally caused the hostile atmosphere between the cloud sky bloodline and the Kongtong bloodline to instantly vanish. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian was also speechless. He did not expect that another faction would suddenly appear and interfere at such a time. Because of this, the situation had become extremely complicated. "Bai Yanqing, Bai Zining!" At the same time, exclamations rang out everywhere, and the identities of the 2 beautiful figures in purple were vaguely revealed. Beside Yan Chutian, Maihani's face was tense and solemn. This was because she also knew how powerful the Bai sisters were. The Bai sisters? Yan Chutian did not understand, but it was normal that he did not know. In his previous life, he did not care about the cloud sky bloodline at all. Of course, this was also related to the fact that in his previous life, he had quickly reached a high position after entering the cloud sky bloodline. Therefore, the only ones who could come into contact with him were the few top Jade Tablet disciples. Other than that, no one else could compare to him. They could only exclaim in surprise or revere him on those big occasions. However, although Yan Chutian did not know who the Bai sisters were, it did not stop him from sensing the strength of the 2 sisters. The 2 of them had both stepped onto the Tianfujing 7th floor. "Freezing Sky Bloodline, this is a battle between our 2 bloodlines. Please give the Kongtong bloodline some face and do not interfere." Even though the situation had suddenly changed, Jiang Shao still quickly adjusted his attitude and slowly spoke. However, Jiang Shao would never have thought that one of the 2 purple-dressed figures, Bai Yanqing, would reply to his words with a faint smile. However, this reply with a faint smile caused Jiang Zhao's expression to become extremely ugly. "Why should we give you face?" Jiang Shao was choked speechless. Shen Junyao obviously could not turn a blind eye to it. She immediately opened her mouth. "Bai sisters, don't you know the rule of first come first serve?" However, before Shen Juanyao's words landed, Bai Yanqing laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She did not hide her mockery at all. "Kiki, Shen Junyao, do you think you can follow the rules? Just now, it seemed like your Kongtong bloodline had already lost this crystal marrow land. If we follow the rules, then how can you be so thick-skinned and continue to stay here?" One had to admit that Bai Yanqing's words hit the nail on the head and did not leave any face. As a result, Jiang Shao and Shen Juanyao's faces became really ugly. Although Yuan Yang and Ba Hong were happy to see Jiang Shao and Shen Junyao suffer, they knew very well that the Bai sisters were not helping them. It was just their nature. Bai Yanqing and her sister, Bai Zining, were never hypocritical people. Even if they were cooperating, they would not pretend to hide their attitude. If an ordinary person dared to do so, they would have been unable to move an inch. However, not only were the Bai sisters not weak, the Bai family was not just for show. The Bai family relied on the firmament divine palace to survive. There were many powerful people in the Bai family who held high positions in the wintry bloodline and even other bloodlines. In other words, the Bai sisters were like Luo Yu and Luo Shuang. However, the Bai family's background was even greater. With such a backer, unless they were able to defeat the 2 sisters in a direct confrontation, no one would dare to plot against them in the dark. Otherwise, it would be no different from courting death. In short, such a situation had already surpassed the level that the current Yan Chutian could involve herself in. Therefore, he did not care anymore. He just sat down cross-legged and healed his injuries. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone looking at him. Yan Chutian looked in the direction of the feeling. Gradually, his gaze met the tall and beautiful figure in the purple dress in front of the wintry bloodline. The tall and beautiful figure in the purple dress was one of the Bai sisters, Bai Zining, who had not spoken up until now. This made Yan Chutian's heart skip a beat. He had seen how powerful Bai Yanqing was just now. He did not doubt how powerful her sister, Bai Zining, was. But now, Bai Zining had unknowingly locked on to him? "You are Yan Yun?" In the next moment, Bai Zining suddenly spoke. She had revealed the fake name he had made up in the Firmament Divine Palace. Naturally, she was targeting him. Therefore, Yan Chutian could not ignore her. He could only quickly summon the little spiritual energy he had recovered and forcefully raise his aura. Although he could not compare to her, at least he could not be easily suppressed by her aura. "Senior sister Bai Zining, I am Yan Yun." However, what made Yan Chutian uncertain was that after he answered, Bai Zining gave him a few deep glances before retracting her line of sight. From beginning to end, she did not say a single word. On the contrary, Bai Yanqing had an interested expression. Her beautiful eyes quickly looked over and landed on Yan Chutian's body. After sweeping her gaze, Bai Yanqing retracted her gaze and looked in the direction of the Kongtong bloodline. She said impatiently, all right, disciples of the Kongtong bloodline, since you have lost, then leave as soon as possible. Why stay and continue to embarrass yourself?" Bai Yanqing's sudden change in attitude immediately caused the disciples of the 2 or 3 bloodlines to look at Yan Chutian in disbelief. The reason for that was because how could they not be able to tell who the source of this change was? Chapter 802. Thousands of gazes were focused on Yan Chutian. How could no one tell who Bai Yanqing's sudden change in attitude was because of? However, Yan Chutian himself didn't know why he was being stared at in disbelief, so how could he give an explanation? But no matter what the reason was, Jiang Xiao and Shen Juanyao's expressions changed at this moment because Bai Yanqing's words were not good news for them. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Bai Yanqing, what do you mean by this? Are you going to help the Cloud Sky clan and become enemies with our Kongtong clan?" However, Jiang Xiao found it even more unbelievable. Hearing his threatening words, Bai Yanqing acted as if she didn't hear him and just raised her red lips. She smiled and said, "Are you done? Since you're done, then scram." "You." Even though he could restrain his emotions, Bai Yanqing didn't give him any face time and again. Even he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, how could he not hear that Bai Yanqing was determined to stand on the side of the Cloud Sky clan? However, this was also difficult for him to understand. Why did Bai Yanqing suddenly change her attitude? Could it be because of that Cloud Sky clan disciple? Jiang Xiao seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, Shen Junyao took a step forward and looked at the Bai sisters. In the end, she gradually looked at Yan Chutian from the corner of her eyes. Even the Bai sisters can be moved by a disciple of your Cloud Sky clan. Today, my Kongtong clan has nothing to say. However, this is only for today. The next time we meet, even the Bai sisters won't be able to protect your Cloud Sky clan." After throwing down these ruthless words, Shen Junyao lightly stepped on the ground. Dressed in a tempting red dress, she controlled her spirit energy and quickly flew in a certain direction. Yan Chutian wasn't unfamiliar with that direction. It was where the eye of the formation was. He didn't find it strange. As long as they were willing to spend the effort to find it, it wouldn't be a problem for so many disciples of the Kongtong clan to find the exit. Shen Junyao had already taken the lead and left. Naturally, everyone, including Jiang Xiao, wouldn't stay. They all urged their spirit energy and followed closely behind. During this process, perhaps because of Shen Juanyao's words, Many people couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian. This made Yan Chutian even more speechless because even he himself didn't know the reason behind this. In his memory, even in his previous life, he didn't have any connection with the Bai sisters or the Bai clan, let alone enter the palace. But if it had had nothing to do with him, why did the reticent Bai Yanqing suddenly look at him and ask for his name? Moreover, Bai Yanqing's curious gaze was not fake. Even if he were an ordinary person, he would never believe that the change in attitude between the two had nothing to do with him, Yan Chutian. But he didn't Bai Yanqing. He Chutian SSSS. He knew that if the Bai sisters really had a connection with him, they would naturally find him. The disciples of the Kongtong clan retreated very quickly. In less than 10 breaths, the vast group disappeared into the forest and white fog. The disciples of the Kongtong clan had all left. Only the Yun clan and the Tianhan clan were left in front of the Crystal Marrow land. However, the atmosphere between the two factions was destined to not be as tense as before between the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction. After all, everyone knew that it was Bai Yanqing and Bai Zining who had indirectly stood on the side of the Yun clan and forced the Kongtong clan to retreat. So, no one could be sure whether the relationship between the two clans was friend or foe. Because of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian again. They didn't know whether the relationship between the two sides was friend or foe, but everyone vaguely knew who had caused the situation to become like this. So, they naturally felt that perhaps they could find out the relationship between the two clans from the source. But this was destined to give Yan Chutian a headache. He didn't know what the Bai sisters were thinking. Just as Yan Chutian was puzzled, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong took the lead to go forward and talk to the Bai sisters. After about 15 minutes, the two sides finally finished talking. But when the two of them retreated, they almost simultaneously gave Yan Chutian a look and said slowly, "Yan Yun, the two senior sisters invite you in." Such a short sentence was like a bomb, instantly causing the hearts of the Cloud Sky faction's disciples to tremble. Many of them felt that their guess was right. The change in the Bai sisters' attitude was largely related to Yan Chutian. After being called out, Yan Chutian naturally could not turn a blind eye to it. He adjusted his condition and put on a coat over his disheveled appearance. Only then did he move towards the Bai sisters. "Greetings, senior sisters Bai." Yan Chutian understood that he had to lower his head when he had to. So, the moment he came up, he respectfully bowed to the Bai sisters. Bai Zining did not reply to him when she saw his courtesy. She only continued to speak coldly. "Yan Yun, Shui Air has already entered freezing sky. If you dare to harm her in the slightest, then even if Shui Air herself protects you, I will definitely kill you without mercy." When Bai Zining directly said the two words, share, Yan Chutian immediately understood. Although Bai Zining's attitude was very overbearing, since she wanted to protect Cher, Yan Chutian didn't refute. He only responded slowly. "Cher is my sister. I naturally won't let her be hurt." Hearing this, Bai Zining still didn't respond. Instead, Bai Yanqing stared at Yan Chutian with interest. However, due to Bai Zining beside her, she didn't say anything. However, even though Yan Chutian was aware of this, it was not good for her to ask. Bai Zining didn't speak again. In the awkward atmosphere, Yan Chutian simply bowed again and said, "I'm still injured. Since the two senior sisters have no more questions, please forgive me for leaving first." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two to reply and turn to leave. Therefore, he didn't know that after he turned to leave, Bai Zining narrowed her beautiful eyes and muttered to herself angrily, "Haha, you don't have any strength, but you have a temper. I don't know what Cher sees in you." Bai Zining stood beside her and heard her sister's angry and jealous mutterings. She secretly looked at Yan Chutian's back and gave him a sympathetic look. The feeling he gave her wasn't bad. Unfortunately, because of Cher, he was destined to face her sister, such a strong opponent. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who didn't know that he had one more opponent, rushed back to the Cloud Sky faction camp and hurriedly recovered. After all, his current situation wasn't good. After the battle with Sun Yen, he was already completely exhausted. Not to mention the sneak attack by Jiang Xiao. Although he had done his best to defend against such a sneak attack by exhausting all of his crystal marrow saliva, it had still managed to injure him to a certain extent. It was because his foundation was solid and the grade 4 mysterious yang body wasn't just for show. Otherwise, if it was a Tianfuging 4th floor cultivator, even with the crystal marrow saliva to block most of Jiang Zhao's sneak attack, he would have been heavily injured or even eliminated by the remaining force. However, before he could recover much, the Cloud Sky faction started to mine the crystal marrow in the dragon-shaped mountain range. Under the orders of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, the vast crowd rushed out one after another towards the dragon-shaped mountain range. During this process, Yen Chutian naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He hurriedly rushed towards the dragon-shaped mountain range where the crystal marrow aura soared into the sky. At the same time, he saw numerous beautiful figures of the Cold Sky faction on the other side of the dragon-shaped mountain range. Under the arrangement of the Bai sisters, they also rushed up the mountain range in an orderly manner. Yen Chutian didn't find this strange. The conversation between Yuan Yang, Ba Hong and the Bai sisters was most likely about the distribution of this crystal marrow treasure. He didn't think that even with the relationship with Cher, the other party would stand on the side of the Cloud Sky faction for nothing. Chapter 803. But in any case, when Yen Chutian saw that the area occupied by the disciples of the Cloud Sky clan was larger, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Because from the looks of it, the Bai sisters from the Frost Sky clan were much better than the two girls from the Kongtong clan. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He activated the spiritual energy around him and shot out towards a certain spot in the dragon-shaped mountain range. After a moment, Yen Chutian landed on the mountain range. Immediately after, he secretly used his spiritual eyes to search for the source of the dense aura of crystal marrow in this gigantic mountain range. Perhaps it was because of Yen Chutian's previous performance, but as he searched, no other disciple came forward to fight with him. Yen Chutian was naturally happy to see this. He focused all of his attention on the mountain range to search for the high-grade crystal marrow that might exist. Because of this, he did not notice that a beautiful figure had quietly appeared behind him while he was searching. The beautiful figure was Maihani. She was behind Yen Chutian, and she also seemed to be searching for crystal marrow. However, she did not waste any time. When she raised her head to look in Yen Chutian's direction, her true thoughts were exposed. It was no wonder that Maihani acted like this. When she saw the Bai sisters summon Yen Chutian, she could not help but feel a strange, indescribable feeling in her heart. This feeling made her feel extremely uncomfortable, but when Maihani wanted to tell Yen Chutian about it, she suddenly realized that she could not say it. In fact, when she vaguely noticed the strange feeling in her own body, she was shocked and subconsciously refused to believe it. While Yen Chutian was searching for crystal marrow and Maihani's heart was in a mess, there were already quite a number of disciples in the dragon-shaped mountain range who had dug out crystal marrow. When the essence crystals appeared, a dazzling red light shone everywhere. This situation did not only happen in the territories occupied by the descendants of Cloud Sky, but also in the territories occupied by the beautiful figures of Freezing Sky. At this time, of course, when some crystal marrow crystals were unearthed, the enormous aura of the crystal marrow crystals was the most eye-catching. For example, at this moment, under the feet of a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction on the Tianfuging 6th floor, as the ground of the mountain range was slowly torn apart by his spiritual energy, an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow suddenly soared into the sky. Such a rich crystal essence aura immediately attracted the attention of a large number of disciples. At the same time, exclamations also sounded. With such a dense crystal marrow aura, The source of this crystal marrow is most likely at grade 6. 6th grade crystal marrow? Soon after, when the crystal marrow was truly unearthed, the 6 eye-catching clusters of crystal marrow immediately attracted many gazes, and they could not help but reveal looks of envy. A 6th grade crystal marrow was already an extremely good harvest. However, for the disciple of the Cloud Sky faction on the Tianfuging 6th floor, it could only be said to be not bad. After all, his cultivation base was on the Tianfuging 6th floor. The commotion here was only in one corner of the mountain range. There were many other corners where such a scene would take place at the same time. Finally, at a certain moment, such a scene also took place under Yan Chutian's feet. When he finally found his target and tore apart the ground, an extremely rich crystal marrow aura immediately soared into the sky. This scene also attracted many gazes from the surroundings and even from afar. Yan Chutian did not let these gazes wait for too long. Soon, he took out 2 fist-sized crystal marrows from the torn ground. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the number of cores within these 2 crystal essences had already reached 6. In other words, these 2 were both grade 6 crystal marrows. 2 grade 6 crystal marrows? Exclamations of surprise could be heard from somewhere, and the tone of this voice did not conceal the strong envy. Similarly, in another area, Ba Xian's eyes were already red with jealousy when he saw this scene. The other party had quickly dug out 2 grade 6 crystal marrows, but although the place he was digging at was rich with crystal marrow aura, in the end, he only managed to dig out 2 grade 4 crystal marrows. Of course, Ba Xian was naturally not just jealous of the crystal marrows that the other party had dug out. Instead, from the beginning, because of the other party's continuous astonishing performance, the jealousy in his heart had been rising steadily. In Ba Xian's opinion, the person who should be the focus of attention at this moment should be him. How could it be the other party, an ordinary disciple who was previously unknown? However, the reality in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Therefore, with such a huge gap between reality and imagination, how could he not be jealous to the point of his eyes turning red? However, even if his eyes were so red that they looked like they were about to spit fire, the current Yan Chutian did not, or rather, did not have the mind to pay attention to him. At this moment, Yan Chutian had already put away the 2 crystal marrows, and then continued to search the dragon-shaped mountain range with full concentration. 2 grade 6 crystal marrows. Perhaps in other places it would be an extremely great opportunity, but in this dragon-shaped mountain range, it did not make people feel that way. After all, this dragon-shaped mountain range already made everyone feel that it was a land of opportunity that was comparable to a crystal marrow treasure land. As for the crystal marrow lands, it was possible to find 8th grade crystal marrow in them. This search of the crystal marrow treasure land lasted for a total of 3 days before it gradually came to an end. In 3 days, even though the dragon-shaped mountain range was extremely large, the 2 groups from the Yuntian sect and the Freezing Sky sect had practically turned it upside down. Under such circumstances, even if not all of the disciples were satisfied, the majority of the disciples were satisfied with their harvest. Such a disciple, Yan Chutian, was also one of them. In 3 days, he had obtained a total of 5 grade 6 crystal marrows, as well as nearly 30 grade 5 crystal marrows. Such a harvest was simply unimaginable in other places. However, he also knew that he was definitely not the one who had truly obtained a great harvest. Instead, it was the Bai sisters from the Freezing Sky sect, as well as Yuan Yang and Ba Hong from the Yuntian sect. Although it was not openly displayed, the area that the 4 of them occupied was in fact the area with the densest crystal marrow aura on this dragon-shaped mountain range. If even he could obtain grade 6 crystal marrows, it was not impossible for them to obtain grade 7 crystal marrows. Although Yan Chutian was envious of this, he was not jealous. This was because the crystal marrows they had obtained were commensurate with their cultivation and strength. Opportunities belonged to those who were able to obtain them. This was an eternal principle. When the search was finally over, Yen Chutian finally had some free time to make use of this time to recover from his injuries. During these 3 days, he had been searching for crystal essences and had gradually recovered some of his strength. However, this was only a rough recovery. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to sit cross-legged and recover completely. Under such circumstances, another day quietly passed. After a day, Yen Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. At this point, the injuries in his body had finally stabilized. As for the bits and pieces of internal injuries, they could only be completely healed by relying on the nourishment of spiritual energy over a long period of time. When he opened his eyes, Yen Chutian's gaze inadvertently made contact with Maihani, who was dressed in a green dress not far away. After being together for a long time, Maihani gave him a very good feeling. He could even reluctantly consider her as a friend. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally would not be stingy with his smile. He immediately teased her and softly said, "Greetings, Senior Sister Wu." Perhaps because he called her Senior Sister Wu, the strange feeling in Maihani's heart for the past few days subsided. Then, she followed Yen Chutian's words and lightly snorted. "Now you're willing to obediently call me Senior Sister?" After saying that, Maihani paused for a moment, then moved closer and said, "Although I don't know why the Bai sisters treat you differently, you have to be careful. The Bai sisters' identities are extraordinary, and their temperaments are merciless. If you carelessly offend them, the consequences will be extremely severe." Knowing that Maihani was worried that he had no ill intentions and that there was no need to hide the matter of share, Yen Chutian did not hide it from her and slowly told her everything. However, what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Wu Hani's pretty face revealed an extremely strange expression, and she immediately asked, "Is what you said true?" Chapter 804. Yen Chutian felt that something was amiss from Maihani's strange expression. After he nodded, Maihani continued to speak, allowing him to understand everything. "Then you have to be careful. The Bai sisters are all merciless, but Bai Zining has a special fetish. She likes women, especially beautiful women." "What?" Even with Yen Chutian's composure, his expression changed when he heard Maihani's explanation. No matter how knowledgeable he was, it was impossible for him to look at her in such a strange way. However, this explanation seemed to match Bai Zining's attitude and Bai Yanqing's interested gaze. He could totally imagine that when Bai Zining expressed her goodwill to Shui had used him as a reason to reject her. It was only because of this that the Bai family's sisters remembered him. Looking at Yen Chutian's changing expression, Maihani knew that Yen Chutian should have understood everything. "Hence," she continued, "it seems that you have thought it through. However, you don't have to worry too much. Bai Zining will only attack you openly in this situation and expose your ugly side, so that your so-called sister will be disappointed in you." Yen Chutian could only laugh at Maihani's instructions. Maihani looked like she was watching a good show. She was originally worried that the former had something to do with Bai Yanqing. So Bai Zining had taken a fancy to this guy's sister. However, it seemed that this so-called sister of his was also a troublesome person. At the same time, after a day of rest, there were signs of people leaving from the direction of the Freezing Sky tribe. For safety reasons, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong chose to follow the Freezing Sky tribe and leave the forest. Otherwise, if they left alone, the two of them were more or less worried that the unwilling Shin Junyao and Jiang Shao would lead the tribe to ambush them. If they were ambushed, there was a high possibility that they would suffer heavy losses. Now that they were leaving with the Freezing Sky tribe, no matter how bold they would not dare to ambush them. The Bai sisters did not seem to mind, or rather, they could not find a reason to mind. After all, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong always knew how to keep a distance from each other. After stepping out of the forest, the two tribes parted ways because they did not have to worry about being ambushed. Moreover, if they continued to follow them, the Bai sisters would have sufficient reason to suspect that the two of them were up to no good. The mighty tribe's troops flew slowly between the mountains and rivers until they saw a large piece of land. They gradually stopped moving forward. Then, Yuan Yang and Ba Hong gave the orders, and the crowd finally decided to continue resting on this piece of land. Of course, there would be a group that was on guard at this time. Unfortunately, Yan Chutian was placed in the first group of disciples to be on guard. Yan Chutian felt a little helpless about this, but he still obediently carried out his duty of being on guard. This vigilance lasted for a full 3 days before he was finally relieved of his duties. However, during these 3 days, the good spots in this area were all occupied by the other disciples. After taking a look, Yan Chutian could only continue to walk towards the edge of the area helplessly. However, right at this moment, his sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of a fair jade-like hand waving towards him from a certain spot close to the center. As for the owner of this fair hand, who else could it be other than Mai Hani? Quickly approaching, Yan Chutian appeared in front of Mai Hani. When the latter saw him, her face quietly turned a little rosy. She pretended to be calm and said, "Here, this is the place I left for you." Yan Chutian quickly looked towards Mai Hani. Although this area was not big, the location was not bad. At the very least, he did not have to worry about being disturbed by the outside world. After all, there were many disciples sitting cross-legged and cultivating around him. If they wanted to disturb him, they would have to consider the consequences of angering so many disciples. As a result, Yan Chutian's face naturally revealed an unconcealable smile. Then, he bowed towards Mai Hani again and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister Wu." This call of Senior Sister Wu made Mai Hani burst out laughing. She chuckled in annoyance and said, "You're really realistic. You're only being so sweet because I gave you some benefits." Heh. Senior Sister must be joking. If Senior Sister is willing, I will always call you Senior Sister. There's no need to call me Senior Sister. No matter what, I'm afraid that even I can't compare to the current you. Mai Hani said slowly, her beautiful eyes quietly rolling. How about this? We've gone through many trials and tribulations together. No matter what, we can be considered true friends. So there's no need to be courteous. Just call each other by their names. Hearing this, although Yan Chutian felt that Mai Hani's attitude was a little strange, he thought that there was no problem with what she said, so after hesitating for a few breaths, he finally called out the name Mai Hani. Mai Hani did not hold back and openly said Yan Yun's name. However, they did not know that just as the relationship between the two of them was quietly getting closer because of Mai Hani's small actions, a pair of eyes somewhere was once again so jealous that it seemed as if they were about to spit out flames. The owner of this pair of eyes was naturally none other than that Ba Xian. He had always regarded Mai Hani as his exclusive property. Therefore, how could he tolerate his own woman being so close to someone else? Not to mention that this person was the disciple that he was extremely jealous of earlier. The double flames of jealousy in his heart finally caused him to be unable to suppress the hatred in his heart. It caused him to slowly walk to the area where a certain Tianfuging 6th-floor aura was sitting cross-legged. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Wang Chen. I want him to die." Even though Ba Xian did not directly say Yan Yun's name, the owner of the aura sitting cross-legged on the Tianfuging 6th floor also knew who he was talking about. After all, not long ago, he had helped Ba Xian come up with a plan to deal with Yan Chutian. However, the end result was that he had failed. However, even he did not expect that the disciple that he did not pay much attention to not long ago had already grown to such an extent. Even he did not want to easily offend him. However, behind Ba Xian was Ba Hong. Therefore, it was not good for him to directly refuse and could only beat around the bush. However, it was fine to beat him for a while. After beating him for a long time, Ba Xian was no fool. How could he not see that Yan Chutian had no intention of helping him at all? However, Ba Xian was unable to find anything to say to Yan Chutian. He could only leave unwillingly. However, this did not mean that he had given up. Instead, from Ba Xian's point of view, even without Wang Chun, it was not as if he did not have a way to deal with Yan Yun. He did not believe that with his elder brother Ba Hong's name, there would be no one willing to help him. Looking at Ba Xian's back that was filled with unwillingness, Wang Chun knew that a grudge had appeared between him and Ba Xian. However, this was something that could not be helped. From his point of view, this bit of grudge between him and Ba Xian was much wiser than completely offending Yan Yun. Moreover, he had a premonition that Ba Xian would definitely not give up and would definitely go find other disciples to help him. At that time, he would see which person would be blinded by temporary benefits and foolishly go and offend Yan Yun. It would be fine if such an offense could really cause Yan Yun to fall to the bottom of the valley. However, from Wang Chen's point of view, this was simply impossible. This was because even if Yan Yun was eliminated from the Sky Desert, Wang Chen did not think that Yan Yun would be completely defeated. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was completely unaware that Ba Xian had already made a move against him, was sitting cross-legged in the area that Maihani had set aside for him and peacefully refining the crystal marrow. As he continued to refine, the crystal marrow continuously turned into strands of crystal marrow energy that flowed into his body and ultimately into his sky palace. Naturally, Yan Chutian would not be courteous to the crystal marrow energy that had flowed into his sky palace. He immediately used it to polish the enormous sky palace that he had opened up. His sky palace of 52,000 feet had already been polished to an area of 44,000 feet. However, even so, he could not guarantee that the crystal marrow he had obtained would be enough to polish the remaining area of his sky palace. Moreover, he also knew that he would need to study it thoroughly after polishing it. After all, there would always be some rough corners that would be hidden during the initial polishing. Chapter 805. The polishing of the Heavenly Palace wasn't a short process after all. Under such circumstances, 2 days quietly passed. After 2 days, Yan Chutian gently breathed out. It wasn't that he couldn't persevere, but that the crystal essences he had obtained had all been used up. After consuming so many high-grade crystal essences, the Heavenly Palace in his body had been polished to a radius of nearly 50,000 feet. A Heavenly Palace of 50,000 feet. Logically speaking, such a Heavenly Palace was comparable to the Heavenly Palace of a 5th-level Heavenly Palace cultivator. Although each cultivator had their own opportunities, a 5th-level Heavenly Palace cultivator might not necessarily only have a Heavenly Palace of 50,000 feet. But at the very least, in terms of cultivation foundation, he wasn't weaker than any 5th-level Heavenly Palace cultivator. On this foundation, coupled with the powerful enhancement of the 4th-grade mysterious Yang Qi, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the current Yan Chutian was invincible among the 5th-level Heavenly Palace cultivators. Even some cultivators who had just entered the Tianfuging 6th floor wouldn't be able to easily suppress him. Just as Yan Chutian was gradually withdrawing his cultivation, he suddenly felt a hidden power that even he had neglected suddenly erupt beside him. This made him quickly look over, and he saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed amidst the violent power. Who else could it be other than Maihani? As for her movements, it was obvious that she was about to break through to the Tianfuging 6th floor. The commotion caused by Maihani's breakthrough also attracted the attention of some people. However, many people weren't too surprised by this, because this wasn't an exception among them. Many of the disciples had gained something from the Crystal Essence Land. Although the majority of the disciples had used the crystal essence to temper their heavenly palaces like Yan Chutian, there were also many who had used the crystal essence to find an opportunity for a breakthrough and truly made a breakthrough. Maihani was one of these disciples. As for Maihani's breakthrough, Yan Chutian naturally congratulated her as well. It wasn't just to her, but to all the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline who had broken through. After all, the strength of each disciple was equivalent to the overall strength of the Cloud Sky lineage being a bit stronger. Right now, the battle between the 8 factions in the inner region of the Heaven Desert was far from over. If his Cloud Sky faction wanted to contend against the other factions, they naturally had to continuously strengthen their overall strength. At the same time, on the ground an unknown distance away, there was a huge mountain that seemed to be suspended in the air. Naturally, it was extremely eye-catching in this spacious world. However, other than its eye-catching appearance, the dense crystal essence chi that continuously surged out of the floating mountain was even more eye-catching. Due to the crystal essence aura, several groups of disciples had already gathered at the foot of the floating mountain. Among these groups of disciples, the largest group was the group that belonged to the Tianyang bloodline that was directly below the floating mountain. In front of this group stood 4 figures. The aura of each of them had truly reached the level of the Tianfujing 7th floor. The 4 disciples had all stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor. This was something that only the Tianyang bloodline could possess. Apart from the Tianyang bloodline, only the Freezing Sky bloodline, the Kongtong bloodline and the Xianling bloodline had 3 disciples from the Tianfujing 7th floor. The remaining Cloud Sky bloodline and Sky Array bloodline only had 2 each. However, due to the uniqueness of the Sky Array bloodline, even if there were only 2 disciples from the Tianfujing 7th floor, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, everyone knew that if the disciples of the Sky Array bloodline were to set up a formation, the power they could display would be much more terrifying than the power of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Although the Tao of formations was the most troublesome method, there was no need to doubt its power. Thus, in truth, the Cloud Sky bloodline was the lowest-ranked bloodline in this place. Actually, the disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline were not unaware of this fact. However, this crystal essence treasure land was truly unprecedentedly large. As such, they did not want to give up on it. However, it would not be easy to obtain a share of the loot from this pack of wolves. After waiting for a while, the originally calm floating mountain finally began to show signs of activity. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there seemed to be an invisible barrier that was gradually disappearing from the floating mountain. This scene might be overlooked at first glance, but how could the disciples of the various bloodlines, who had been waiting for a long time under the floating mountain, ignore it? Seeing such a commotion, the eyes of many disciples could not help but flicker. Following which, the originally calm atmosphere suddenly became fiery. This was because they clearly knew that when this seemingly invisible barrier disappeared, it would be the time for the disciples of the various bloodlines to truly begin their competition. The location of the battle would be on top of the floating mountain. Gently exhaling, Yan Chutian gradually opened his eyes after sitting cross-legged for a long time with his eyes closed. After opening his eyes, he quietly rushed to the edge of the area with great familiarity. This was because he already knew that from tonight onwards, it was his turn to be on guard again. Naturally, he was not the only one on guard. There were several disciples on guard. Several disciples sat cross-legged at the edge of the area, forming a circle to guard the disciples within the circle. Of course, not all disciples were required to take on such a duty. At the very least, Yan Chutian had not seen any disciples of the Tianfujing 6th floor. Therefore, Mai Hani, who was supposed to be on guard duty, happened to be exempt from such a rotation. However, just as he reached the edge of the circle, Yan Chutian suddenly sensed an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow spreading continuously from a short slope several dozen feet away from him. Although the aura of crystal marrow was extremely faint, with his keen perception and the characteristics of the third eye, even a little bit of the aura of crystal marrow could not escape his perception. However, it was this seemingly illusory situation that made Yan Chutian's nerves suddenly tense, because the appearance of such an aura of crystal marrow was too strange. Although the aura of crystal marrow was extremely weak and almost undetectable, Yen Chutian found it hard to imagine that so many disciples on guard duty had not noticed it at all. There must be something fishy about this. The aura of crystal marrow did not appear out of nowhere, but was deliberately targeted at him. Since it was deliberately targeted at him, it would definitely cause a series of problems if he dared to approach it. Thinking of this, even though he clearly sensed the aura of crystal marrow in front of him, Yen Chutian pretended not to notice it at all. He just focused on guarding his surroundings and then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Under such circumstances, half a day of vigilance quietly passed. During this half a day, he did not really do nothing, but quietly pondered why such a situation had occurred. In Yen Chutian's opinion, after joining this team, he had offended almost no one. Speaking of which, it was only because of my Hani that he had indirectly offended Ba Xian. Thinking of this, the more Yen Chutian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Because before this, Ba Xian had already sent people to attack him. However, he did not expect that after such a long time, Ba Xian still had not given up and had secretly attacked him again. As for whether it was Ba Xian or not, Yen Chutian knew. He just needed to observe whether Ba Xian would subconsciously look at him when he returned. Moreover, he also knew that with Ba Xian's temperament, he would not be able to control his expression and reveal his thoughts. In short, after the half a day of vigilance passed, he slowly returned to the center of the crowd as before. However, during this process, his gaze had already turned towards Ba Xian's location. Just as he looked into the distance, his eyes met with a pair of slightly nervous and anxious eyes. At this point, Yen Chutian did not even need to observe to know that the crystal marrow aura that had strangely appeared under the short slope was definitely a trap set up by Ba Xian. Although he did not know exactly what method Ba Xian had used, it did not prevent him from making a mark on Ba Xian's head. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely take back everything that had happened before from Ba Xian. At the same time, Ba Xian's expression was slightly ugly. Not to mention the failure of the trap he had secretly set up this time, he kept feeling that Ba Xian seemed to have noticed everything. Otherwise, why would Ba Xian's gaze suddenly shift towards him? Chapter 806. Ba Xian once again made a move in the dark, but it seemed that he was worried that Yen Chutian would discover it, so he left it at that. As for Yen Chutian, although he had already marked Ba Xian down, due to the current situation, he naturally could not make a move. Otherwise, regardless of the fact that he had no evidence at all, even if he did, with Ba Hong present, his outcome would not be any better. At that time, it was even more likely that Ba Hong would use his status and reputation to distort the truth. Therefore, if he wanted to make a move, he would at least wait until Ba Hong was not present and would not leave behind any obvious evidence. At the same time, as time passed, most of the disciples continued to recover from the refinement of the crystal marrow. After so many people recovered, the team naturally could not continue to stay here. Under the lead of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, they once again moved around the sky desert. Obviously, because they had tasted the sweetness of the crystal marrow treasure land, many of the disciples were thinking about whether they could find another crystal marrow treasure land in the sky desert. However, in fact, everyone knew that this was simply impossible. If it were so easy to find a crystal marrow treasure land, they would not have been in such a tense stalemate with the Kongtong faction. Moreover, so many crystal marrow treasure lands had already been discovered in the sky desert. It would be extremely difficult to find a new one. In reality, the situation was as such. For 2 consecutive days, not to mention a crystal marrow treasure land, even small crystal marrow mines were not found. Therefore, the crowd could not help but lower their expectations for a crystal marrow treasure land to an extremely low level. However, at this time, Yen Chutian, who was once again on guard duty, suddenly sensed that there seemed to be faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky and earth ahead of the team. Although the marrow beast could also cause fluctuations of spiritual energy, Yen Chutian would always subconsciously think that it was a cultivator. Therefore, Yen Chutian's choice was extremely simple. After summoning his spiritual energy to send a message to a disciple who was also on guard duty, he quietly restrained his own movements and headed towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. His silhouette was like a ghost as he quietly skimmed through the forest. If one didn't sense him carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect any movement at all. Under such circumstances, the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation did not seem to have discovered it at all. Even when other spiritual energy auras approached, it still continued its previous activity. Finally, when Yen Chutian approached, he was surprised to see several figures standing together on the flat ground below the high slope. Although the aura in the middle of the encirclement was not weak, under such circumstances, there was no doubt that it was in a disadvantageous position. However, his movement technique seemed to be quite good. Hence, even though it was impossible for him to face so many people head-on, he was still able to barely contend with them. However, it was truly just barely holding on. Furthermore, from the looks of it, even if it was barely holding on, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At that time, under the encirclement of so many people, one could imagine what would happen to him. However, Yen Chutian wasn't a good person. Thus, when faced with such a situation, he couldn't ignore it and directly attack. Even though the green-clothed youth in the middle was forced into an extremely miserable state, he still secretly held his breath and watched with cold eyes. Until a certain moment, there was finally someone among the numerous surrounding figures who mocked. "Ha ha, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction are really trash. Don't tell me that they only know how to cover their heads and flee like rats?" Hearing those words, Yen Chutian didn't need to think any further. The green-clothed youth, who was surrounded by these figures, was definitely a disciple of his Cloud Sky faction. As for those who forced the disciples of his Cloud Sky faction to such an extent, other than the disciples of the Tianyang or the Kongtong faction, he couldn't think of anyone else's identity. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Among these figures, only the person at the front stepped onto the Tianfujing 6th floor. As long as he was careful, at the very least, it wouldn't be a problem to save the disciples of his Cloud Sky faction. With that thought in mind, when those figures once again launched a ferocious attack, Yen Chutian quietly shot out from the darkness, heading straight for the bottom of the slope. What accompanied him was the surging spiritual energy on his palms. Even though they were caught off guard by the sudden attack, the surrounding figures were still able to sense it. However, in the next moment, when they saw that the figure who shot out didn't seem to have stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, their expressions, which had changed slightly, all calmed down. Those who dared to come out at this time were probably disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. However, he didn't expect this disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to be so stupid. Did he think that with his weak strength, he would be able to save his compatriots of the Cloud Sky faction who were surrounded by them? Without any explanation, a figure stepped out from among the several figures. As he sneered, a huge amount of spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palm. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling spiritual energy beam gushed out. It immediately pierced through the space and blasted toward Yen Chutian. However, this figure would never have thought that when his spiritual energy beam blasted out, it would shatter like glass under the seemingly weak punch of his opponent. Ear-piercing cracking sounds continued to ring out as the mocking smile on the figure's face suddenly turned incomparably ugly. Because of this, he suddenly felt that the strength of his opponent didn't seem to be as weak as it seemed on the surface. However, it was obviously too late for him to realize it now. Yen Chutian's punch came crashing down, brazenly tearing apart his entire spiritual energy beam, and then bombarding his body. It easily disintegrated his protective spiritual energy and smashed heavily on his chest. In the next moment, this figure was smashed backward, but before he had a chance to land, the nameplate on his body shattered, causing him to be directly sent out in midair. Such a scene naturally caused the remaining figures' faces to change drastically. They simply couldn't imagine how a disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage from the same faction would be so easily eliminated by a guy from the Tianfuging 4th floor. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. The young man in green, who was still surrounded by them, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Since the other party could make a move at this time, it meant that he must be a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction. However, even if he knew that the other party was a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction, he couldn't be happy at all, because with his cultivation, it was too stupid to rush out like this. Which of the disciples of the Tianyang faction present wasn't at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage? Which one of them couldn't be easily suppressed? However, just as he had foreseen that the other party would be in an extremely sorry or even miserable state, the real result was simply beyond his expectations. In a head-on collision, with just one blow, the disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage from the Tianyang faction was directly eliminated. He didn't even make a sound when he landed. If it weren't for the fact that he could clearly sense Yan Chutian's cultivation at this moment, he would indeed be at the Tianfuging 4th floor. He simply wanted to suspect that the other party's true cultivation had already stepped into the Tianfuging 6th floor. Otherwise, how could he have such powerful strength? This blow caused quite a commotion, causing everyone present to be shocked. However, Yan Chutian wouldn't foolishly wait for them to come back to their senses. At the very least, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 more disciples at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, almost immediately after the commotion, he shot out again. His figure was like a shadow as he directly appeared above another figure at the 5th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Immediately after, as his palm pressed down forcefully, a huge amount of spiritual energy exploded. The power that poured down tore apart the protective spiritual energy around the disciple who was caught off guard, and then shattered the nameplate. Therefore, in the eyes of others, this figure was instantly eliminated under Yan Chutian's attack. However, after succeeding again, the other figures weren't fools. As they came back to their senses, they quickly gathered towards the only cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor. As such, Yan Chutian naturally couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a certain amount of risk. Chapter 807. Although Yan Chutian could no longer easily make a move, he was still able to rescue the green-clothed youth from the encirclement of these figures. At this point, at least for Yan Chutian, it was a great success. However, this scene had already caused the face of the cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor to turn from shock to unsightly. How could he endure that a disciple from the Tianfuging 4th floor had actually rescued a person from the hands of so many silver medal disciples from the Tianyang branch? Although the strength that he displayed was shocking and was comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm, if it wasn't for the carelessness of his disciples, how could 2 of them be eliminated in such a swift and violent manner? But no matter what, he had to severely injure and eliminate him. Otherwise, how could he swallow this humiliation? With this thought, the man from the Tianfuging 6th floor immediately summoned the spiritual energy in his body. As the vast pressure spread out, it directly surged towards Yan Chutian. He didn't believe it. Even if the other party was extraordinary and comparable to a cultivator at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm, could it be that he could still show off in front of him, a real cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor? He was afraid that the pressure from his cultivation would be enough to suppress him. The situation was quite embarrassing. However, it was destined to disappoint the man from the Tianfuging 6th floor. Although his pressure was strong, it was a power that only a cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor could possess. However, when such pressure descended, it was unable to cause Yan Chutian to show even the slightest sign of being suppressed. This scene was unbelievable. After all, His own pressure was from the genuine Tianfujing 6th floor. It was 2 levels higher than the other party's cultivation. Under such pressure, it seemed that it couldn't affect him at all? As a matter of fact, even if he had stepped into the 6th level of the Heaven Palace stage, he would not be able to bully Yan Chutian with just his oppressive might. After all, the former already had a 52,000 feet wide heavenly palace in his body, of which the 50,000 feet area had been polished. With such a huge foundation and the amplification effect of the 4th grade mysterious yang energy, just the pressure of the Tianfujing 6th floor cultivator was unable to suppress him. However, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor was an extremely decisive person. After failing to exert his pressure, he revealed a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and he forcefully tore apart space with his powerful finger, pointing straight towards Yan Chutian. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm, or a quasi-6th level of the Heaven Palace realm, wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this finger strike. The reason why he attacked with such a ferocious attack was naturally because he felt that Yan Chutian was not a simple person. He also wanted to use the power of this finger to regain his prestige in front of the others. He pointed out with a finger, exuding a mighty aura. However, facing the power of this finger strike, Yan Chutian wasn't worried at all. It was only when the power of this finger strike approached that he slowly activated the mysterious yang energy in his body. Immediately after, as his hands formed a seal, a spatial gap that seemed to lead to another world opened between his palms. This technique was the mysterious yang devour. Break for me. With a finger strike, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor shouted in a low voice. Although he didn't know what technique his opponent used, as long as it was in front of him, he would break it with a finger strike. However, the final result was obviously disappointing and shocking. His finger strike landed, but no matter how ferocious the power was, it was still forcefully swallowed by Yan Chutian's mysterious yang devour. Such a scene was naturally hard for him to accept. This technique was his extremely powerful spiritual art. How could it be so easily disintegrated by his opponent? However, Yan Chutian wouldn't explain to him that after using the mysterious yang devour, he would naturally use the mysterious yang spit, giving him a taste of his own medicine. However, just as he was about to use the mysterious yang spit, several spiritual energy fluctuations came from behind him. At the same time, the man from the Tianfujing 6th floor, who had obviously sensed the movement, changed his expression abruptly. Looking at his changing expression, Yan Chutian said calmly, "If you wait a little longer, you won't have the slightest chance of leaving." Yan Chutian's calm and composed attitude had obviously infuriated the other party. If he could, he really wanted to chop the other party into 8 pieces. However, he also knew that he really couldn't hesitate any longer. Faintly sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations, he was afraid that there was more than one Tianfujing 6th floor cultivator. If he waited for them to arrive, even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to leave. Therefore, in the next moment, he finally gritted his teeth and ordered the others to leave. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind some ruthless words and fiercely said to Yan Chutian, "Disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, the Tianyang faction will be waiting for you at the floating mountain. As long as you dare to come, I will definitely make sure that none of you from the Cloud Sky faction will return." Although these were the words left behind by the other party, the 3 words floating sky mountain had keenly attracted Yan Chutian's attention. Because from the other party's tone, it seemed that they would definitely go to the floating mountain that he mentioned. But how could he be so sure of it? Whoosh whoosh. Just as the disciples from the Tianyang faction were quickly escaping, the sound of wind breaking rang out behind Yan Chutian. Then, one figure after another descended. These figures naturally felt the movement of the disciples from the Tianyang faction. Therefore, many of their gazes turned in that direction. Then, without any explanation, these figures chased in the direction of the former's escape. Because of the ruthless words left behind by the other party before leaving, Yan Chutian himself intended to chase after them. He wasn't willing to let the disciples from the Tianyang faction leave. Therefore, he wouldn't object to the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction chasing after them. Even though the disciples from the Tianyang faction fled extremely quickly, Yan Chutian faction had more people and experts. Therefore, even though they weren't slow, they were eventually caught up. However, these disciples from the Tianyang faction were also decisive. Knowing that they couldn't escape, they directly crushed their nameplates. In any case, the ruthless words had already been said. As long as the other party dared to go to the floating mountain, they would end up like them and be eliminated. When the disciples from the Tianyang faction were eliminated, the weak voice of the man in green finally rang out. Quickly go to the floating mountain. There, we've been secretly attacked by the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction. What? When the young man in green's voice rang out, the hearts of several people present shook. Even Yan Chutian faction was no exception. It was because how could they not know what this green-clothed youth meant? Right now, it was likely that one of the three groups from his Cloud Sky bloodline was already in imminent danger. Knowing the severity of the situation, several people hurriedly supported the young man in green and sent him to the camp behind. In less than 15 minutes, all the disciples under Yuan Yang and Ba Hong knew that one of the three Cloud Sky faction teams was in imminent danger. It turned out that in the depths of the inner area, there existed a floating mountain that was of an even higher level than the Crystal Essence Treasure Land. Such a place of opportunity naturally attracted the attention of several factions. In a short period of time, they gathered at the foot of the floating mountain, waiting for the barrier around the floating mountain to disappear. What happened next was self-evident. After the barrier disappeared, the various factions all ascended the floating mountain to search for Crystal Essence treasures. However, during this time, the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction suddenly launched an attack. Although their Cloud Sky faction had received help from the Mystic Spirit faction for some reason, the situation was still dire. But even so, the situation was still critical. At the very most, he could only guarantee that he would not be eliminated for the time being. However, if this continued for a long time, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. After all, the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction were constantly exerting pressure. Who knew when, even with the help of the Mystic Spirit faction, they wouldn't be able to hold on. It was also because of this that the two factions decided to send out disciples to try and break out of the encirclement, hoping to find a rescue team and rush to the floating mountain as soon as possible. Hearing such a situation, the expressions of every disciple were incomparably solemn. The situation had truly reached a serious level. The Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction had actually joined forces to exert pressure on their Cloud Sky faction. It was likely that they had made thorough preparations in their hearts. After all, if they were to act like this, they would have to be prepared for a complete victory and heavy losses. Therefore, if they rushed over to provide support, the risk was not small. It was even possible that they would be completely wiped out along with them. Chapter 808. However, even though the risk was great, all the disciples knew that the other group was one of the three from the Cloud Sky faction. If they were eliminated, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the overall strength of the Cloud Sky faction. At that time, even the Cloud Sky faction would find it difficult to contend against any other faction. They would no longer have any fate with the Crystal Marrow Treasure Land. Many disciples pondered in their hearts. The final decision was clearly still in the hands of Ba Hong and Yuan Yang. Although the two of them were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they soon exchanged a look and slowly spoke one after the other. All disciples, listen up. Set off for the floating mountain. By saying this, they were telling everyone that they were going to the floating mountain to assist the other team. Yan Chutian didn't know what the others were thinking about this, but at the very least, he breathed a sigh of relief. If they didn't provide assistance, although it would be safe, from another perspective, their Cloud Sky faction was destined to fall to the bottom of the Sky Desert inner region. It would be difficult for them to have the strength to compete with the other factions. Although there was a risk in choosing to provide assistance, as long as they succeeded, they could even allow the Cloud Sky faction to rise to prominence. From the looks of it, even though Yuan Yang and Ba Hong both had their own thoughts, they were still clear on what was the best choice for the Cloud Sky bloodline in terms of righteousness. At the same time, he was also glad that the disciples from the Tianyang faction didn't escape. Otherwise, the risk would be much greater than it was now. All in all, both Yuan Yang and Ba Hong had spoken. Even if some disciples had different opinions, they couldn't change the overall situation. Under the lead of the two, the group rapidly rushed towards the direction indicated by the young man in green, which was the direction of the floating mountain. After such a long journey, almost a full day had passed. In everyone's line of sight, they could vaguely see a huge mountain looming in the sky. Since the young man in green had already said so, how could the crowd not know that this was the floating mountain when they saw this faint scene? When they thought of the extremely urgent situation in the floating mountain, everyone's hearts involuntarily sank into a tense state. At this moment, even the green-robed young man who had escaped from the hanging mountain didn't dare to speak about the situation in the hanging mountain. After all, he had left for a very long time. Naturally, he wouldn't know what the current situation was like. However, both Yuan Yang and Ba Hong had led their teams from far away to this place. Naturally, they would not stop at the floating mountain. Thus, after a slight adjustment, the two of them gathered their spirit power and led the group of disciples behind them into the floating mountain. Behind the two of them, all the disciples also silently tightened the spiritual energy in their bodies. As long as any target appeared in his line of sight, he could immediately unleash a series of swift and violent attacks. The closer they got to the floating mountain, the clearer they could sense the crystal essence aura that was spreading from the floating mountain. Furthermore, as they approached, they realized that the floating mountain was much larger than it appeared from afar. Actually, it made sense when they thought about it. If the floating mountain wasn't large enough, how could it accommodate so many teams of disciples? However, as a result, it wouldn't be easy to find the other team of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. Moreover, they had to be even more careful and try not to be discovered by the disciples from the Tianyang and Kong Tong faction. Finally, under the lead of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, the crowd ascended the floating mountain. However, when they truly ascended, they discovered the strange confinement of the floating mountain. Here, it was extremely difficult to extend one's perception. This undoubtedly made it even more difficult to find the other team of disciples. However, this was an indiscriminate confinement. Thus, no matter how one looked at it, it reduced the possibility of being discovered by others. It could only be said that who would be discovered first on the floating mountain depended more on one's luck. No one knew anything about the floating mountain, so everyone subconsciously turned their gazes towards the green-clothed young man. However, the green-robed young man's face was rather embarrassed when he was looked at by so many gazes, because even he didn't know where this place was in the floating mountain. The floating mountain was extremely vast and could restrict one's perception. Thus, it was no exaggeration to say that the reason he was able to escape this place before was mostly due to luck. The green-robed young man was unable to determine the direction. Thus, Ba Hong immediately ordered many of his disciples to form small teams and explore the area ahead. Seeing this, Yuan Yang followed suit and also sent out his disciples to explore the unfamiliar floating mountain. At this time, Yan Chutian wouldn't hide his abilities. Although his perception was greatly restricted here, his spiritual eye could still display a good effect. Therefore, he took the initiative to step forward and assume the role of an exploration disciple. Soon after, he directly rushed forward, towards the enormous mountain that was emitting a dense aura of crystal essence and traces of an ancient aura. After entering the mountain forest, Yen Chutian slowly opened his spiritual eye and slowly scanned the world ahead. At this moment, although his Cloud Sky Factions team was in a critical situation, it was definitely something that couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to change anything at all. Moreover, Yen Chutian was even more clear that as long as the Tianyang and Kongtong factions didn't want to lose too much, they definitely wouldn't immediately force the Cloud Sky Factions disciples. Otherwise, even if his Cloud Sky Factions team was eliminated, they would suffer a great loss. Moreover, their Cloud Sky Faction wasn't alone. They still had the help of the Xianling faction. In this way, if the Tianyang and Kongtong factions were to force them, they would only suffer even greater losses. Of course, this didn't mean that they could take it slow. The more time passed, the more it meant that the Cloud Sky faction's strength was being worn down by the other side. Over time, it was even possible that they would be completely exhausted. Therefore, as his spiritual eye slowly scanned, Yen Chutian's figure didn't hesitate at all. He constantly flew through the mountain forest like a ghost. At the same time, in a deep valley that was an unknown distance away, many disciples sat together. One could faintly see that there were two forces gathered, guarding the entrance of the valley. At the very front of these many figures, 7 figures were extremely eye-catching. This was because the cultivation aura that radiated from their bodies had already surpassed the Tianfuging 6th floor, reaching the true Tianfuging 7th floor. These two forces were clearly the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction. However, even if the two forces were to meet, they didn't dare to directly charge into the valley for the time being. After all, they clearly understood that a trapped beast still had the strength to fight back. If they were to force them too much, it was difficult to guarantee that the Cloud Sky faction and the Xianling faction would counterattack and cause quite a large loss to their two factions. However, time was almost up. They were just waiting for everything to be prepared. At that time, even if the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction fought like trapped beasts, they would still be eliminated under the combined strength of the two factions. At the same time, there were also many figures gathered at the bottom of the valley. These figures were naturally the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction. However, the expressions of the disciples of the two factions were very ugly at this moment. This was because they clearly knew that the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction were eyeing the entrance of the valley like tigers watching their prey. Although the other side didn't dare to directly attack for the time being, it was only because they didn't want to suffer heavy losses. However, once they were fully prepared, the situation would be difficult to predict. At that time, even if they were to fight to the death, the Tianyang faction and Kongtong faction would be fully prepared and wouldn't need to worry. In such a situation, the expressions of many disciples of the Xianling faction became even uglier. From their point of view, if the Cloud Sky faction was replaced by any other faction, the current situation wouldn't be so bad. Moreover, if it wasn't for the Cloud Sky faction, the attitude of the Tianyang faction wouldn't be so extreme. Their Xianling faction was more like a character that was implicated. Because of these 2 points, even though they were clearly in a desperate situation where they should be working together, the gazes of the Xianling faction disciples were filled with anger and disdain when they looked at the Cloud Sky faction disciples. If it wasn't for the Xianling faction, the 3 Tianfuging 7th floor disciples knew the true reason and restrained their disciples from beginning to end, who knew what the situation would have become. Chapter 809. At the bottom of the valley, the disciples of the two factions were gathered. Every single one of them had a worried expression on their faces. Although they knew that with the protective nameplates, it was impossible for them to die here, they couldn't avoid the possibility of being eliminated. However, being eliminated was an outcome that no disciple was willing to accept. In front of the many disciples, 5 figures that had stepped onto the Tianfuging 7th floor were already seated together. These 5 people were the leaders of the Cloud Sky faction and the Mystic Spirit faction. They were the leaders of the silver token disciples. However, at this moment, the 5 of them didn't have good expressions. After all, they knew that the current situation was extremely bad for them. After a long silence, the cold-faced figure on the left side of the mystic spirit faction finally spoke. Xin Wuling and Wang Han are most likely preparing the heavenly star formation. When the cold-faced figure spoke, the 5 of them were still silent. However, there wasn't any shock on their faces. This was because they already knew that the cold-faced figure was speaking the truth. The reason why Xin Wuling and the others from the Tianyang faction and Wang Han and the others from the Kongtong faction didn't directly attack was because they didn't want to suffer great losses. However, this didn't mean that they would continue to wait. Once the formation was prepared, it would be time for them to launch their attack. As for the formation they were preparing, it was the Heavenly Star Formation. The so-called Heavenly Star Formation wasn't a true formation. After all, apart from the Heavenly Star Formation faction, the other 7 factions didn't have any disciples that were proficient in formations. However, although the Heavenly Star Formation wasn't a true formation, it had an effect comparable to one. Moreover, it didn't have the restriction that only those that were proficient in formations could use it. As long as the preparations were made, even those that weren't formation cultivators could gather the strength of several people and form an extremely small light formation. Within the range of the light formation, it could gather the strength of several people and even increase their strength to a certain extent. It wasn't hard to imagine how spectacular the scene would be if the disciples of the Kongtong and Heavenly Sun factions all attacked in groups of 2s and 3s at the same time in the formation of the Heavenly Star Array. At that time, even if they resisted with all their might, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble under the Heavenly Star Formation. However, even if they knew that the situation was bad, they knew that they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise, he could only become a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the other party. Hence, after another period of silence, the few of them began to discuss the method to deal with the Heavenly Star Array. It was still the Tianfujing 7th floor disciple from the Xianling faction. However, this time, it was the short-haired youth who sat in the middle of the 3. He seemed to be the strongest among them. The Heavenly Star Array is indeed troublesome. It can even be used for both offense and defense. However, it's not like there isn't a corresponding method to restrain it. As long as you can break one of the Heavenly Star Arrays, you can break its balance and cause a backlash to the cultivators in the other arrays. They all knew that the short-haired young man was telling the truth. However, it was easier said than done. How could it be done so easily? But now that things had come to this, it could be said that there was no other way. Originally, their situation was already extremely bad. If they could think of a way to break out of this situation, then it wouldn't be a bad situation at all. The only thing they could think of was that, if the other party wanted to eat them, then they would have to pay the price of having a few pieces of flesh ripped off. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't think about whether or not the disciples sent by the 2 factions would be able to get reinforcements. However, because of the strange confinement of the floating mountain, they couldn't even make simple contact with the outside world. They didn't even know if the disciples they sent out had successfully broken out or if reinforcements had come from the outside world. If reinforcements had come, then perhaps they would have a chance to live. If not, then it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being eliminated. At the same time, on the other side of the floating mountain, Yan Chutian and the other disciples who were scouting had already led the group forward by a few thousand feet. However, at this time, everyone clearly saw that the floating mountain could only be described as enormous. After advancing a few thousand feet, everyone could sense that the group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction had been surrounded. Even the other factions didn't sense any trace of them. Of course, that wasn't possible. The disciples from the other factions were all eliminated. It could only be said that the floating mountain was simply too enormous. As such, even after advancing such a long distance, they didn't meet any disciples from the other factions. However, just at this time, after crossing another short slope, the sharp Yen Chutian finally sensed that there was some movement in front of them. But only Yen Chutian, who possessed the spiritual eye, could vaguely sense it. For the sake of caution, he didn't alarm the others. He carefully approached the source of the movement. Finally, as he carefully approached, he heard a conversation from the high slope in front of him. "Haha, this time, the Cloud Sky faction will definitely be eliminated by the combined forces of us and the Kong Tong faction. After this time, let's see how the Cloud Sky faction will affect our Tianyang faction to become the #1 faction in the inner sect. Yes, but this time, the Xianling faction is also involved. Otherwise, our Tianyang faction can directly suppress the Cloud Sky faction. Why would we have to go through so much trouble?" However, their luck is only so. Once the heavenly star formation is prepared, no matter how much they resist, they will only be defeated miserably. Hearing this, how could Yen Chutian not know that these two should be the disciples sent out by the Tianyang faction to be on guard? In other words, the group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction that was in danger was probably right in front of them. However, the more it was like this, the more Yen Chutian reminded himself to be careful. They definitely couldn't disturb the other party at this time. Otherwise, it would be fine if they didn't give the other party a chance to escape, but if they did, then the miraculous effect of their rescue team would be reduced by a lot. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yen Chutian once again secretly glanced up. After confirming that the two auras below the high slope were only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, he gradually made up his mind. Since these two people weren't strong, then he didn't need to trouble himself and could directly take them down himself. After all, if he went back to report, it was inevitable that something would happen on the way, causing the two of them to be alert and escape in advance. With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian had already secretly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Of course, he wasn't stingy with the mysterious Yang Qi. This kind of attack was focused on killing with one strike. Even if the consumption was not small, he definitely couldn't let the two of them have the chance to escape. After continuously brewing, at a certain moment, a cold light flashed in Yen Chutian's eyes. Immediately after, his figure suddenly shot out, heading straight for the two figures below the high slope. It wasn't that the two of them didn't notice the sudden sharp aura. At first, it also shocked them, but then they felt that the source of the sharp aura didn't seem to have stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned. "You're courting death." Immediately after, the two of them coldly shouted. In their opinion, the other party's behavior was no different from courting death. He hadn't even stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, yet he dared to launch a sneak attack on the two of them. If this wasn't courting death, what else could it be? After coldly shouting, the two of them gathered violent spiritual energy in their hands. Immediately after, two palm auras shot out at the same time, shattering the space under the two palm auras. However, just when they thought that the other party, who was courting death, would be eliminated under their two palm auras, they didn't expect that when the palm auras really collided, a huge force would directly shatter their palm auras and quickly spread along their arms and palms into their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were extremely decisive and immediately urged the spiritual energy in their bodies. In this way, no matter how strong the force that rushed into their bodies was, it was forcibly calmed down. However, after taking a few steps back, the two of them were already filled with disbelief. How could they believe that the other party, who seemed to only have the cultivation of the Tianfuging 4th floor, could actually force two of them, who were at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage, back in a head-on confrontation? Chapter 8:10. After being pushed back, the two Tianyang disciples had unconcealable shock on their faces. No matter how they looked at it, the other party was only at the Tianfuging 4th floor realm. At most, he was close to the Tianfuging 4th floor realm. However, the other party, with such a cultivation level, was pushed back by the two of them who were at the 5th level of the Tianfu realm. The two of them couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he used some profound concealment technique to conceal his true cultivation? While the two of them were in disbelief, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. His figure was like a shadow as he shot towards the two of them. This time, the power that surged in his palm was the mysterious yang energy that he was most proficient with. He threw out 2 punches in succession. The mysterious yang energy solidly smashed into the 2 Tianyang disciples' defenses. After receiving the attack for the first time, the 2 Tianyang disciples were slightly doubtful. This was because the power of this attack was not comparable to the power of the other party's previous sneak attack. However, just when they were about to think that this was the other party's true strength and that the previous attack was only displayed without any regard for the consequences, the mysterious yang energy that invaded their bodies exploded. Following the increase in Yan Chutian's cultivation level, especially the increase in the grade of the mysterious yang energy, the power of the mysterious yang energy naturally increased as well. Therefore, when the mysterious yang hidden energy that had invaded their bodies, especially when they were caught off guard, it was not difficult to imagine exactly what kind of power it possessed. Shockingly, the two of them, who were unscathed a moment ago, had their expressions change in the next moment. A mist of blood spurted out from their mouths, dyeing the sky an earth red. Immediately after, the two of them, whose eyes had turned black, could not help but half kneel. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the power of the other party's attack was not insufficient, but it was deliberate. There was a hidden energy hidden in the attack, and it only exploded when it invaded their bodies. However, this was not what truly frightened them at this moment. This was because they could clearly feel that the figure in front of them had already made a move when the hidden force in their bodies erupted. Of course, Yan Chutian would make a move. When he triggered the Xianyang energy in their bodies, he directly shot out. Taking advantage of the fact that they were caught off guard by the hidden energy, he struck the back of their necks and knocked them unconscious. After knocking the two unconscious, Yan Chutian circulated his profound yang qi to invade their bodies, sealing off the spiritual energy that was gushing out from their heavenly palace. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the current him was much weaker than in his previous life, he was still able to take care of the 2 Tianyang sentries in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. However, he also understood that now was not the time to rejoice. Now, the other team of Tianyang was in danger, and the heavenly star array was even more troublesome. Therefore, Yan Chutian quickly tied the two of them up and brought them back to the team of Cloud Sky. The situation of him grabbing the 2 unconscious figures and rushing back naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people surrounded him. After all, they were not fools. At this moment, they more or less guessed the identity of the 2 unconscious people. To the crowd, Yan Chutian naturally would not hide the identity of the 2 people. He immediately told them what had happened. As soon as Yan Chutian's voice fell, it immediately caused a big commotion in the crowd, because this was extremely important news. Therefore, for a moment, many people looked at Yan Chutian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. To be able to obtain such important information at this time was really to solve the urgent situation. However, at this time, there was still a figure who walked out and said, "Although we have obtained information, I'm afraid that we have already alerted the enemy. These 2 disciples of Tianyang may have already taken the opportunity to inform the team." Hearing these words, many people could not help but fall silent, because they could not deny that there was indeed such a possibility. However, although these words seemed objective, Yan Chutian could faintly hear a hint of hostility towards him. When he looked over and saw the person who spoke, as well as Ba Xian, who was standing behind him, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that this hostility towards him was not false. This Ba Xian was really unwilling to give up, and still wanted to fight among himself at this time. Slowly retracting his gaze, Yen Chutian continued to speak. You can rest assured that at least when I took action to capture the two of them, they definitely did not have the opportunity to inform the team. Right now, their spiritual energy has been sealed by me. Even if they wake up, they will not be able to use their strength. Hearing this, many people in the surroundings who were silent let out a sigh of relief. Because of Yen Chutian's various actions before, at least the words he spoke now had a considerable degree of trust in the team. Even the red-robed man who stood in front of Ba Xian and spoke against Yen Chutian could not refute this point. This was because he also knew that the other party was not a small Tianfuging fourth-floor disciple on the surface. In other words, if he was really such a small Tianfuging fourth-floor disciple, why would Ba Xian find him? At the crucial moment, it was still Yuan Yang and Ba Hong who stood out. The two of them did not question Yen Chutian, which obviously indirectly indicated that they believed the latter. However, just the little bit of information that Yen Chutian had heard was clearly not enough. Hence, the two of them turned to look at the two unconscious Heavenly Sun faction disciples. However, the final result disappointed them. After the two of them woke up, although their expressions were extremely ugly, they clearly understood that they could not reveal the slightest bit of information. Otherwise, they would definitely be investigated in the future. At that time, it would be difficult for them to move an inch in the Tianyang faction. Moreover, they also knew that with the nameplates protecting them, the other party would not be able to harm them. At most, they would suffer some humiliation, which would pass after enduring it. Therefore, Ba Hong's choice was to directly eliminate the two of them. This was because there was not much use in keeping them. Therefore, in the end, the only information they received was the information that Yen Chutian had heard. At this time, besides looking at Yen Chutian, everyone naturally also looked towards the green-robed youth who had escaped from the floating mountain. This was because, according to common sense, if he was really close to the besieged disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, then he should be somewhat familiar with the surrounding situation. This time, in the end, he did not disappoint everyone. After advancing another 100 feet or so, a trace of excitement finally appeared on the green-robed youth's face. This was clearly because he had vaguely recognized the surrounding situation. However, at this time, his expression quickly became extremely serious. This was because he was very clear that there would definitely be more than the two Tianyang disciples guarding the surroundings. If he was careless, although he could hide it from the two people in front, he would definitely be detected by them. In fact, at this moment, it was not only him. All the other disciples had already held their breaths in concentration, doing their best to conceal their auras. At the same time, the green-robed youth finally said that the besieged disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions should be around 1,000 feet away. If it was outside, many people in the group would be able to clearly sense within 1,000 feet radius. However, on the floating mountain, there was a special sealing power. Not to mention 1,000 feet, even 100 feet or 100 feet was extremely difficult to sense. However, at least this allowed everyone to not be like headless flies as they searched all over the floating mountain. They were already certain that the besieged group of disciples was in the valley 1,000 feet away. However, at the same time, everyone was clear that within this 1,000 feet radius, there were probably many disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions who were guarding the area. Therefore, if they wanted to quietly approach, it would definitely not be an easy task. And if they were discovered by the other party first, then the miraculous effect of their rescue team would be greatly reduced. In fact, even if they couldn't quietly approach, they had to at least be close enough to be discovered by the other party. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to achieve the miraculous effect of a divine weapon descending from the heavens, they might even be discovered by the other party and be directly set up a trap. Chapter 8:11. There were many opportunities in the floating mountain. In the eyes of the disciples of the various factions, the floating mountain was a place of opportunity that was even better than the Crystal Marrow treasure land. Otherwise, even a crystal marrow treasure land wouldn't be able to attract teams of disciples from all 6 factions at the same time. At this moment, in the depths of the Hanging Mountain, in a small mountain that had been torn open, a group of disciples was excavating a large amount of crystal essences in an orderly fashion. 2 figures were seated on top of the dilapidated short mountain. Although both of them had stepped into the 7th level of the Heaven Palace stage, their auras weren't powerful. Instead, they were filled with warmth and gentleness. Even so, the disciples of the other factions from the Tianfuging 7th floor wouldn't underestimate them in the slightest if they encountered them. The reason for that was because everyone knew very well that the 2 of them weren't truly powerful in terms of cultivation. Instead, it was their extremely well-concealed attainments in the Tao of formations. At this point, the identities of these 2 were obvious. They were the 2 leaders of a team of disciples from the Tianfuging faction. The disciples of the Tianfuging faction were almost the only ones in the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace who understood Array Tao. Thus, it was inevitable that the disciples of the Celestial Array faction would show some pride in their conduct of the world. However, this was also normal. Even if they weren't disciples of the Tianfuging faction, how many of the disciples from the other factions wouldn't show some pride when they encountered other disciples? They had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, quietly comprehending Array Tao for a long time. After this, one of the 2 seated figures, the white-clothed man on the left, slowly opened his mouth to speak. It has been so long. I think the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction should have made a move against the Cloud Sky faction. I'm afraid that after some time, that group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction will all be eliminated. At this point, the white-robed man suddenly glanced at the blue-robed young man on the right. He seemed to know what the blue-robed young man was thinking and continued to speak with a smile. However, it's a pity that the new disciple isn't in this group. The blue-robed young man seemed to know why the white-robed man said such words in front of him. However, even if he knew the other party's intentions, when he thought of the new disciple of the Cloud Sky bloodline, he couldn't help but feel strange. This was because, in his opinion, he was clearly the most talented in the Tao of formations, and he was also the most outstanding young disciple of the celestial formation lineage. However, even so, this ant, who knows what kind of dog shit luck he had, actually had the spiritual eye. Moreover, the more important thing was that it was this ant that caused Gu Qinyan, who had always been indifferent to everything and would only occasionally speak to him, to become extremely concerned about him. All of this was because that ant was lucky enough to possess a spiritual eye. He was truly filled with hatred. Why did he, who was so talented in Array Tao, not have a spiritual eye, while that ant actually had one? If he didn't have a spiritual eye, how could that ant have attracted so much attention? However, in terms of formation heavenly abode or attainments, what could that ant amount to in front of him? However, it didn't matter. As long as that ant dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely let him know that possessing a spiritual eye was merely a stroke of luck. In front of his powerful Array Tao attainments, his dog sh*t luck was not worth mentioning at all. It was extremely fragile. However, that ant probably didn't even have the chance to appear in front of him, right? Just like now, he had already stepped into the Tianfuging 7th floor. Among the top disciples of the various factions in the inner region of the Heaven Desert, no one dared to underestimate him. However, that ant was probably still in the outer region, bitterly struggling among the many weak bronze token disciples. Thinking of this, the blue-robed young man gradually calmed his emotions. Shortly after, he closed his eyes and spoke coldly. While they are fighting, you should pay more attention to how to find more crystal essences. Although my celestial formation lineage has always maintained a neutral stance, it is time for me to announce to the other factions what kind of existence my celestial formation lineage is. The blue-robed young man's words caused a look of anticipation to involuntarily appear on the white-robed young man's face. Although he knew what the blue-robed young man's true intentions were, if his celestial formation lineage could truly dominate the battle in the heaven desert, it would naturally be something that he couldn't be happier to see. After all, how could a hot-blooded young man like him be willing to be mediocre? How could he be willing to be unknown? At the same time, on the other side of the floating mountain, there were already several figures carefully exploring in front of them. Only when these people returned from their exploration and said that there was nothing strange did the large group of disciples behind them also quietly rush in. In this way, even if it was only a distance of 10,000 feet, it was extremely slow to approach. Needless to say, when the explorers discovered some hidden spiritual auras within the range of 1,000 feet, they would have to think of ways to quietly eliminate the other party. It was also because of this point that among these people, other than Yen Chutian, they were all cultivators of the Tianfuging sixth floor. They were even the ones with the most ghostly movement techniques in this realm. As for Yen Chutian, if he didn't have the record of quietly removing 2 sentinel disciples, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Now, even he wouldn't have the chance to continue exploring. In short, under such caution, the 10,000 feet distance was constantly shrinking. However, just as the situation seemed to be developing towards the best situation that everyone expected, they didn't expect that at a certain place, there would be a shocking change. Originally, they should have quietly dealt with the sentinel disciple, but they didn't expect that not only would it cause such a big commotion, it would also allow the disciple to take the opportunity to escape. Moreover, the escaping disciple was extremely cunning, as if he was afraid that there would be an ambush in the dark. As he quickly escaped, he continuously shouted. With such a huge commotion, how could it not attract the attention of the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions who were only a few thousand feet away? And because of this, it naturally caused the expressions of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong to become extremely ugly. It was because they clearly saw that the escaping disciple seemed to be only at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage. Could it be that this guy escaped from Yenyun's hands? However, they quickly found out who exactly let the 5th level Heaven Palace stage disciple escape from. Because immediately after, there was a disciple of the Cloud Sky faction who flew up. As for this disciple, it was none other than the man who had deliberately targeted Yen Chutian before. However, not to mention whether he could catch up to the former, even if he did, the huge commotion caused by this could not be erased. In other words, their existence had been exposed. Therefore, towards that disciple, how could Ba Hong, who had always had a fiery temper and did not restrain himself, have any gentleness? He immediately shouted angrily. What a piece of trash! Yen Chutian also vividly saw the scene that happened in front of him, so his expression immediately became extremely solemn. It was because how could he not see that no matter what the reason was, what they had exposed was already the truth. In other words, it was already impossible to quietly approach. They could only continue to rush forward under the premise that the other party had already detected them. At the same time, it was also the same as what Yen Chutian and the others were thinking. Although it was still a few thousand feet away, the huge commotion was still faintly noticed by them. Not to mention, the sentinel disciple at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace stage had fled back in the end, shouting continuously. There is a group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction approaching. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused the expressions of all the disciples from the 2 factions who were preparing the heavenly star array to change abruptly. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction quietly approaching at this time. In front of the Tianyang faction camp, Shen Wuling's expression also changed. At this time, he suddenly remembered that there were indeed disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and the mysterious Spirit faction who had broken through. However, almost all of them were eliminated by them, and only a few people were chased by the disciples from the 2 factions. Could it be that, under such circumstances, the other party still found reinforcements? Damn it! With this thought, even the usually calm Shen Wuling cursed in a low voice. However, he also understood that it was useless to regret at this time. What he needed to do was to stabilize the situation in front of him. Moreover, he did not believe that even if another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction came, so what? Trash was trash after all, and no matter how many people there were, it would not change the outcome. Chapter 8:12. The smoke of war had already risen within the floating mountain. Knowing that another group of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction had suddenly arrived, no matter how confident they were, the Tianyang and Kongtong faction disciples guarding the sky above the valley could not help but feel their hearts waver. At such a time, the two leaders of the Tianfujing 7th floor disciples naturally stood out one after another to calm the hearts of the numerous disciples. Immediately after, Shen Wuling and Wang Han were extremely decisive. They immediately sent out a leader of the Tianfujing 7th floor disciples from each faction. They led about a third of the disciples from the two factions to stop the Cloud Sky faction disciples. In fact, the two of them didn't even have high intentions. They just wanted this temporary group to be able to stop the group from Yun Tian's group that was attacking. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they would be able to use all their strength to eliminate all the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction and Mysterious Spirit faction below the valley. At that time, he would also make this group that had recklessly rushed over to provide support pay a corresponding price. Therefore, under the leadership of Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, numerous figures quickly whizzed over in front of the numerous disciples who no longer cared about whether or not they would be exposed. In the end, there were quite a number of disciples. Looking at the scene before them, regardless of whether it was Ba Hong or Yuan Yang, they did not dare to underestimate them. After all, although the number of disciples in front of them could not be compared to their side, the quality of the disciples in front of them was not inferior. In terms of quality, it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even superior. This was especially so for the male and female figures at the very front. They knew their identities and also knew how powerful they were. Haha, disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, this path is already blocked. If you know what's good for you, quickly scram back. Facing the group of Cloud Sky faction disciples that had suddenly arrived, the Tianyang and Kongtong faction disciples in front of the group of disciples that had been temporarily separated. Although the white-haired woman in a black dress was solemn in her heart, her expression was extremely domineering. Of course, this was not because she was arrogant. Instead, she clearly knew that the more it was at this kind of time, the more she could not reveal her fear. Otherwise, if her aura weakened by a level, how would she be able to fight? However, Ba Hong and Yuan Yang were not fools. They knew that if she was truly fearless, she would have directly attacked upon meeting them. Why would she waste her breath? The scene in front of them made the Kongtong and Heavenly Sun factions feel a little pressured by the division of disciples. In other words, these people were most likely here to stall for time. Thinking of this, how could the two of them waste their breath to stall for time? Their gazes turned cold as they unleashed their spiritual force and attacked. Ba Hong and Yuan Yang suddenly launched an attack. Although it seemed extremely sudden, how could the woman in the black dress and the other Kongtong branch of the Tianfujing 7th floor not have anticipated this scene? Therefore, almost at the same time as the other party burst out, the two of them simultaneously urged their spiritual energy to condense an extremely thick and powerful defense that seemed to be able to block all attacks in the world. Boom! A deafening boom rang out as the spiritual energy fluctuated. As the space was torn apart, the four figures were forced to retreat. At this moment, the woman in the black dress did not hide it anymore. A cold sneer appeared on her pretty face as she mocked. Yuan Yang, Ba Hong, so what if you found out? Today, the Tianyang and Kongtong branches have already formed the situation. Even if you get the news and rush over, you won't be able to change the outcome. However, you should rejoice. If it wasn't for that idiot from the Xianling branch, your group of disciples would have been eliminated long ago. How could you survive until now? However, regardless of whether it was Yuan Yang or Ba Hong, they did not seem to hear her ridicule as they continued to attack. On the contrary, the Kongtong branch of the Tianfujing 7th floor suddenly said, "Don't waste your breath. These two are too lunatic. They most likely think that they can turn the tide. When the disciples from the two branches are eliminated, it will naturally be time for them to despair." Hearing this, although the woman in the black dress did not respond, the expression on her face clearly showed that she agreed with the former's words. In her opinion, it was nothing more than that. Once their illusion was broken, they would naturally not continue to be as crazy as before. During the period of time when their illusion was broken, they would only have to endure a bit more trouble. All disciples defend. As long as we delay the Yuntian branch, it will not be long before it will be time for them to struggle at death's door under our feet. With that in mind, the woman in the black dress and the Kongtong branch's genius both gave the order. Under the two's orders, although the disciples who followed were somewhat dissatisfied, they still obediently set up a defense. This was because they also knew what was the most reliable method in the current situation. To the woman in the black dress and the Kongtong branch's genius, defense was the most reliable choice. Then, one could imagine what situation Ba Hong and Yuan Yang wanted to see the most. They naturally wanted to break through this obstruction in the shortest amount of time possible and charge into the valley to cooperate with the other Yuntian and Xian Ling branch that was trapped. Only in this way would there be a possibility of breaking out of this situation. However, the problem was that the group of disciples in front of them clearly wanted to stall for time. So, how could they break through as soon as possible? At the same time, below the valley, the many disciples of the Xian Ling and Yun Tian branches were not unaware of the commotion outside. However, even if they sensed it, it was very difficult for them to determine what was happening outside. After all, the only exit of the valley was above, but it was already tightly surrounded by the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong branches. However, very quickly, they no longer had the mood to care about the commotion outside, because there were already many figures peeking their heads out at the entrance of the valley in the sky. Such a situation caused the disciples of the Yun Tian and Xian Ling branches to suddenly think of a bad possibility. Looking at the situation, it was likely that the numerous heavenly star arrays were already prepared. In other words, the disciples of the two branches were about to launch an all-out attack on them. In the next moment, several figures with extremely powerful auras appeared in front of the disciples that were peeking their heads out. These figures were like thunder in the ears of the disciples of the Yun Tian and Xian Ling branches, because they were the leaders of the two groups that had ambushed them. Xin Wuling Wang Han. In front of the disciples of the Yun Tian branch, a young man in a long robe slowly said. He was one of the leaders of the Yun Tian branch, Zhang Yu. However, looking at the scene in front of him, even the usually calm him had an unprecedentedly tense expression. Because even he could not predict what the outcome of his Yun Tian branch would be after this battle. At that time, they would be lucky to be able to struggle at death's door. The biggest possibility was that they would all be wiped out. But even then, he had to use all his strength to fight to the death with the Tianyang and Kongtong branches. He had already said that if the other party wanted to eat him, they would first have to pay the price of having a piece of their flesh torn off. Since the Yun Tian branch was like that, the Xian Ling branch was naturally the same. Under the lead of the three leaders, many disciples of the Xian Ling branch gathered their spiritual energy. Hence, what happened next in the valley could be said to be a clash between the disciples of the four branches. As they clashed, earth-shaking energy ripples spread out. If it wasn't for the fact that the floating mountain was extremely vast and mysterious, the entire mountain would have been ripped apart. However, even then, the commotion caused was not small. Everywhere there were signs of damage. Even the space was unable to be spared. Due to the continuous leakage of energy, it was unable to heal. In the end, the Tianyang and Kongtong branches held the advantage. When the several disciples worked together, the power of the heavenly star formation was constantly activated. With both offense and defense, even if the Yun Tian and Xian Ling branches had more disciples, it was extremely difficult for them to gain an advantage. Even so, this scene made the leaders and geniuses of the Cloud Sky and Xianling factions, as well as the ordinary disciples, feel that something was off, because the situation didn't seem to be as desperate as they thought. The disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong branches seemed to be on par with them, or perhaps a little stronger. Moreover, this was under the premise that the heavenly star array had already been activated. Chapter 8:13. To be able to fight to such an extent, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction were no fools. When they connected the faintly discernible movements from the outside world, they keenly sensed a certain possibility. When they sensed this possibility, joy involuntarily surfaced on their faces. This was because they all thought that it couldn't be that the reinforcements from their two factions had already arrived, right? When they thought of this, whether it was Zhang Yu or the Xian Ling faction's disciple, they all faintly calmed down. Because the more this was the case, the less anxious they were. If there were truly reinforcements from other factions, then the ones under the greatest pressure would not be them. Instead, it would be the Tianyang and Kongtong faction above the valley. Given the situation before their eyes, the other side had definitely sent disciples to defend. Under such circumstances, if they were unable to obtain victory as soon as possible, the pressure from behind would only become greater and greater. When the pressure was so great that even if the disciples from their two factions worked together, they would not be able to hold on. That would be the time for their two factions to break out of this situation. Haha! Shen Wuling, it seems that even the heavens will not let us, the Cloud Sky faction and Xianling faction, die today. Hearing these words, Shen Wuling's expression naturally became ugly. However, he was already prepared. He knew that he could not continue to hide from the other side. After all, they were not facing a group of fools. Thus, he decided to speak openly. An ominous glint flickered on his face. Humph! Today is the day you will suffer a crushing defeat. So what if you have reinforcements? Before his voice faded, he no longer looked at them. He directly looked at the disciples of his faction and coldly shouted, "Activate the heavenly star formation. Today, we will definitely cut down the disciples of these two factions and show the might of our Tianyang faction." On the other side of Shen Wuling, Wang Han of the Kongtong faction also said similar words. He clearly understood that in today's situation, they could only advance and not retreat. Otherwise, even if they could retreat unscathed, all the preparations they had made for today's situation would be in vain. Secondly, today's matter would make them the laughingstock of their two factions. If the two of them could think of this point, the other disciples could more or less also think of this point. Thus, when they attacked, they did as the two of them said and fully activated the heavenly star formation in order to quickly suppress the other side. All of the disciples unleashed the full power of the heavenly star array. Sure enough, the Tianyang and Kongtong lineages were even more powerful than before. However, this time, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and the Kongtong faction were extremely vigilant. They turned their original desperate gamble into a defensive one. The purpose of their resistance was naturally to help the reinforcements from the outside world and buy as much time as possible. In this way, there was a faint balance between the inside and outside of the valley. In both battlefields, one side was trying their best to break through, while the other side was blindly defending. In this way, it was extremely clear how the final outcome would change. Of the two battlefields, it was only a matter of which side was able to break out of the stalemate first, and the result would be decided. Today, it could be said that victory had been won in the battle royale between the four bloodlines. Outside the valley, Yan Chutian, who was mixed in with the crowd, was very clear about the current situation. Therefore, he wouldn't retreat in the slightest. As his figure shot out, he had already targeted the disciples of the Tianfuging sixth floor and attacked swiftly and violently. In the beginning, Yan Chutian had tasted the sweetness of this attack. After all, there were too many people who didn't know about his background. Therefore, even when they saw him shooting over, they weren't anxious and slowly condensed their defenses. However, with their attitude, one could imagine what the result would be when Yan Chutian's powerful attack came. The violent spiritual energy mixed with the mysterious yang qi tore through space and forcibly tore apart the defense of the disciple of the Tianyang lineage at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm. Immediately after, the violent energy didn't decrease in power and directly bombarded the disciple's body. Caught off guard, the disciple's nameplate was shattered. After tasting the sweetness once or twice, the surrounding disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong lineages all noticed Yan Chutian. Those disciples of the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm quickly distanced themselves from him. This was because they could tell that this disciple, who seemed to be at the pinnacle of the Tianfuging fourth floor, had an extremely strange strength. Even if they were at the fifth level of the Heaven Palace realm, they were caught off guard and had their nameplate torn apart and eliminated. Immediately after, there was a figure that had stepped onto the Tianfuging sixth floor and was rather popular in the Tianyang lineage that appeared in front of Yan Chutian. Looking over, the figure that appeared in front of him was a burly, short-haired man. With just a glance, Yan Chutian could tell that this burly man's physique wasn't weak. In other words, this burly man should have cultivated a decent physique cultivation technique. However, Yan Chutian wasn't afraid in the slightest when it came to a battle of the physical body. His fourth-grade mysterious yang body had been nourished by the fourth-grade mysterious yang qi for a long time. As for the fourth-grade mysterious yang body, it was at least on a cultivator of the same level. He had never met a cultivator with a stronger physical body than him. This could only be praised because the mysterious yang scripture was truly a top-notch technique that could make even the giants of the heaven realm jealous. However, even though Yan Chutian's previous performance was astonishing, it was still nothing in the eyes of the burly man. After all, he was a true Tianfuging sixth floor cultivator, while his opponent was only at the Tianfuging fourth floor, 2 whole levels lower than him. Therefore, even if his opponent was somewhat extraordinary, he still couldn't cause any waves in front of him. As long as he made his move, he would be able to heavily injure and eliminate him. Thus, in the next moment, a fierce battle broke out between the two of them. In the eyes of the Tianyang disciples, the outcome was already decided. However, even the burly man himself didn't know that the battle that they thought was a sure win was not the case in the eyes of the Cloud Sky disciples. They all knew that Yan Chutian couldn't be viewed with common sense, and they also knew that the other party wasn't a fool. Therefore, if he dared to make a move now, he was most likely prepared. However, this time, he dared to fight against a cultivator from the Tianfuging sixth floor. This more or less caused shock to appear in the eyes of many disciples from the Cloud Sky clan. After all, although Sun Yen, who he had defeated before, was strong, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm and had not truly stepped into the 6th level. However, this disciple from the Tianyang clan in front of him was a genuine Tianfuging 6th floor. Returning to the main topic, the fierce battle between the two had already erupted in the next moment. The burly man was extremely confident in himself. Therefore, when he attacked, every punch and palm was filled with confidence. He brazenly used extremely vigorous spiritual energy to forcefully suppress it. Regarding this, Yan Chutian didn't choose to directly face him. This was because he also knew that although he wasn't afraid of the other party, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be inferior in a direct confrontation. If he wanted to win, and as quickly as possible, he naturally had to make a move under the other party's underestimation and catch them off guard. At the same time, The top disciples from both sides who were fighting high up in the sky also faintly noticed this place. After all, with Yan Chutian's cultivation, how could he not attract attention when he dared to fight against a Tianyang disciple from the Tianfujing 6th floor? Casually glancing over, the Tianyang disciple in a black dress didn't hide the ridicule on her face, as she directly said, "Ah, you really don't know life from death. It's very similar to your Yuntian clan who doesn't know life from death today." Facing such naked ridicule, although Ba Hong didn't have a good relationship with Yan Chutian at this moment, he still raised his hand and coldly said, "Is that so? I'm afraid that the result will be beyond your expectations. Just like today's situation, it will definitely end with the combined forces of your two clans being defeated." As Ba Hong's voice fell, there was already extremely vast spiritual energy continuously gathering between his palms. When the spiritual energy gathered to a certain extent, it gradually converged and formed a dazzling war spear that was at least 10 feet long. The spear's body was dazzling and the power that spread out was similarly unparalleled. It wasn't hard for people to imagine what kind of level its power would reach. This scene caused the pretty eyes of the lady in black, who had mocked him earlier, to focus. This was because from this war spear, even she felt a strand of dangerous intent. But even so, she definitely wouldn't be afraid. The other party's methods were indeed not weak, but how could she be weak? Chapter 8:14. Turbulent energy ripples surged up in every part of the world. However, within these ripples, there was one place that was extremely eye-catching. That place was the battlefield where Yan Chutian and the genius from the Tianyang bloodline were fighting. After a long battle, the burly man's face had slowly turned ugly. Because as far as he was concerned, this battle should be completely under his control. However, in such a situation, this ant from the Cloud Sky bloodline was able to forcefully delay him. However, he still didn't feel that his opponent's strength was high. In his eyes, if it wasn't for his strange movement technique, he would have already lost to him. However, that was it. Up until now, he hadn't been able to defeat his opponent. On one hand, it was because this ant from the Cloud Sky bloodline had extraordinary movement technique. On the other hand, it was because he wasn't willing to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, even if it felt like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, as long as he could kill this ant, he wouldn't hesitate. With that thought, the burly man retreated several feet. Shortly after, a bright light flashed in his eyes and purple spiritual light appeared around his body. Immediately afterward, under his control, the purple spiritual light continued to gather and gradually condensed into a shape in his right palm. When the light dissipated, one could see a purple glowing spirit mace in his hand. As the purple light flashed, a huge spiritual energy pressure spread out. It was enough to cause the hearts of many Tianfujing 6th floor cultivators to jump. It was obvious that this purple spiritual mace was an extraordinary technique that the burly man grasped. At the same time, when the purple spiritual mace appeared in the burly man's hand, even if the other areas were still in the midst of intense battles, there were still some gazes that looked over. Most of the gazes were from the Tianyang bloodline's 5th-level Heaven Palace realm disciples. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but coldly laugh. This was because they were clear about the strength of Fan Chutian's mysterious spirit mace. Even if the Cloud Sky bloodline's disciple had extraordinary movement techniques, he wouldn't be able to escape from the mysterious spirit mace. At the same time, although the Cloud Sky bloodline disciples more or less knew that Yan Chutian was extraordinary, they couldn't help but be shocked. However, the appearance of the profound spirit sword breaker still made their hearts tighten. That was because even if they didn't know how overbearing it was, they could feel the enormous power contained within the spiritual mace. Would Yan Yun really be able to remain safe and sound in the face of such methods? In another area of intense battle, Mai Hani was also watching this scene. Her face tightened. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she was still worried about Yan Chutian. Coincidentally, While she was worried, the disciple from the Kongtong faction not only acted even more arrogantly, but there were even words of ridicule coming from his mouth as he attacked. In this situation, my Hani's originally worried heart couldn't help but become extremely anxious. Immediately after, as he attacked, he continuously displayed moves that were much fiercer than before. Such a situation immediately caused the expression of the disciple from the Kongtong sect to change. He was caught off guard and was blasted into the mountain in a rather sorry state. This caused the disciple from the Kongtong faction to struggle out from the ground to naturally have an ugly expression. However, what he wanted to ask was, what happened to this woman? Why did her mood become so explosive after just a few words of ridicule? Returning to the main topic, since the mysterious spirit sword mace had already appeared, Fan Quan naturally would not hesitate for a moment. As he waved the purple light spirit sword mace in his hand, bolts of lightning-like purple light immediately enveloped the surrounding space. At first, the purple light didn't seem conspicuous. However, as the number increased, it faintly formed a purple prison between heaven and earth. As for the prisoner in this prison, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? Looking at the purple light prison that enveloped him, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that as long as he touched the walls of the purple light, he would be instantly struck by the energy of the entire prison. In this way, even if he had movement techniques, it would be difficult for him to display them within the prison. Moreover, he didn't think that the burly man could set up this purple light prison but couldn't control its range. However, this purple light prison was indeed an extremely effective restriction method for other cultivators. However, it was nothing to Yan Chutian. After all, if he could be restricted so easily, it would be impossible for him to return to the heaven realm from the mortal world step by step. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, Fan Guan sneered. Immediately, the profound spirit sword breaker in his hand left. Under his control, it immediately shot into the purple light prison like a sharp sword. Even if Yan Chutian used his movement technique, Profound Shadow, he couldn't escape the range of the purple light prison. Naturally, it was impossible for him to truly dodge the profound spirit sword breaker that shot towards him. Looking at Yan Chutian, who couldn't escape under his profound spirit sword breaker, within the purple light prison, Fan Guan couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile on his face. The situation should be like this. This Cloud Sky faction disciple was nothing in front of him. He had only grasped a decent movement technique. At this moment, his movement technique was restricted by his profound spirit sword breaker, so what could he be? Similar to Fan Guan, the surrounding Tianyang faction disciples that were looking over also sneered. The expressions of the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction naturally tightened. Soon after, many of them realized that the outcome was likely going to be very bad. After all, Yen Yun only had the cultivation of the Tianfujing fourth floor. As for the Tianyang faction disciple, he had already stepped into the Tianfujing sixth floor. With such a huge gap, how could it be so easily made up for with a few tricks? At the same time, my Hani's face became even more worried. In this gap, the Kongtong faction disciple that was fighting with her faintly sensed the reason for her change in mood. Although he felt some disbelief when he saw this scene, in the end, he still mocked. Looks like this ant is about to lose miserably in Fan Guan's hands. Hearing his ridicule, my Hani's pretty face suddenly turned cold. Following which, her attacks became even more ferocious. Although the Kongtong faction disciple appeared to be in a miserable state, he confirmed the thoughts in his heart. This made things easier. At this moment, he only needed to defend. When that ant from the Cloud Sky faction was eliminated, the girl in front of him would definitely become uneasy. At that time, he would take the opportunity to find a loophole and attack. It was likely that he would obtain quite a good result. Because of this, the Kongtong faction disciple continuously spat out mocking words as he defended. His goal was to affect my Hani as much as possible when Yan Chutian was seriously injured and eliminated. At the same time, as if he was tired of playing the game of cat and mouse, Fan Guan once again sneered. After which, he formed a seal in his hand. The entire enormous purple light prison immediately began to shrink. This situation had already confirmed Yan Chutian's earlier guess. Indeed, since Fan Guan was able to create this prison, he was naturally able to control its size. As for his goal, it was even more simple. Once the purple light prison shrank to a certain extent, no matter how much Yan Chutian could escape, he would definitely be hit by the mysterious spirit Jian or touch the wall. No matter which outcome it was, it would definitely mean a miserable defeat for the other party. However, would the result really be like this? The purple light prison continued to shrink. However, before it shrank to an extremely small area, Yan Chutian, who was within the prison, no longer tried to escape. He quietly stood in the field. Have you given up resisting? Such a situation immediately made Fan Guan mock. However, when he saw the mocking expression on the former's face, his face immediately turned cold. He did not expect this ant from the Cloud Sky faction to be so ignorant. Even at such a time, he was actually still trying to act mysterious. Very well, he also wanted to see how long the other party's mocking expression would last under his mysterious spirit Jian. So in the next moment, as Fan Chai made a gesture, the Xian Ling Jian suddenly burst out. At the same time, it pulled the shrinking purple prison around it. Suddenly, there was an extremely huge explosion between the sky and the earth. The devastating energy ripples were enough to make many cultivators at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm feel their hearts palpitating. It was extremely difficult to imagine just how powerful the raging destructive power at the source of the explosion was. Chapter 8:15. An enormous explosion resounded as energy ripples spread out. It was enough to cause many 5th and 6th level Heavenly Palace experts to feel quite a bit of pressure. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the disciples from the three factions. Facing such a scene, even the expressions of the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction changed. They only felt that Yan Chutian was definitely in danger. If the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction were like this, one could imagine how the disciples from the Tianyang faction and the Kongtong faction would be like. It was because of this that the woman in the black dress sneered and looked at Ba Hong with a gaze full of ridicule. Just like the woman in black, the disciple from the Kongtong faction who was fighting with Mai Hani also coldly smiled at this moment. As expected, at this moment, Mai Hani was indeed staring at the source of the violent explosion. At this moment, even her delicate body revealed a trace of trembling. But just as he was about to make a move, he didn't expect that within the explosion, an unexpected soft voice that could be said to make everyone feel disbelief would suddenly and slowly spread out. It was also this soft voice that immediately caused Fan Chuan's face to stiffen as his eyes stared at the source of the explosion. Haha, to be so complacent now, isn't it too early to be happy? The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen at this moment. Only the ripples and rumbles caused by the explosion gradually calmed down. But when the two truly calmed down, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly became incomparably tense, because they could clearly see that Yan Chutian was standing in the air, completely unharmed, as if the violent explosion from before didn't cause the slightest damage to him. Of course, it couldn't cause any damage. At the last moment of the explosion, he had already used the mysterious Sun Devour. And although Fan Chuan's method wasn't weak, it still didn't exceed the limit of the mysterious Sun Devour. How is this possible? The final situation in front of them caused the expression of the woman in black who was still mocking to change. Ba Hong, who seemed a little strange just now, let out a soft sigh of relief at this moment. Then, he slowly said, "It seems that the result today is on the side of my Cloud Sky." Many of the surrounding disciples were shocked. However, the one who found this the most unbelievable was naturally Fan Chui himself. He could even accept the fact that his opponent was struggling at death's door under his mysterious spirit sword breaker. But now the other party clearly looked unscathed. How was this possible? At the same time, Yan Chutian would not hesitate to block the attack, because this was the perfect opportunity for him to make a move. Thus, in the next instant, his figure could clearly be seen disappearing from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already behind Fan Shui. At the same time, spiritual light began to gather in his palm. It was the 5 elements fragmentary star mark. However, since Fan Shui was able to step into the Tianfuging 6th floor, even if his opponent seized the opportunity, he quickly reacted. Immediately after, the spiritual energy around him surged wildly and condensed into a thick spiritual energy barrier. In this way, even though Yan Chutian's 5 elements fragmentary star mark was forcefully descending, it was still blocked by the spiritual energy barrier. Then, even though the spiritual energy barrier was hurriedly deployed, it barely managed to block Yan Chutian's Berserk 5 origin fragmentary star mark. Although this scene made many of the Cloud Sky disciples feel that it was a pity, they also knew that there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Fan Shui's cultivation base was at the Tianfuging 6th floor. Even if he had just entered, his foundation was extremely deep. He had a foundation of at least 6,000 feet. Thus, it was too difficult for a Tianfuging 4th floor cultivator to rely on an opportunity to defeat him in one strike. However, even so, the gazes of the Cloud Sky disciples were filled with respect for Yan Chutian. This was because a Tianfuging 4th floor cultivator was actually able to force a Tianfuging 6th floor cultivator to such an extent. There was probably no one else in the entire Firmament God Palace who could do such a thing. However, this couldn't help but make everyone worried. From their point of view, if Fan Shui was able to struggle free from this difficult situation, then Yan Chutian would definitely be in a difficult situation. After all, after this scene, Fan Shui would definitely not underestimate him in the slightest. At that time, the difference in cultivation between the two would become even more obvious. Not only did the crowd think of this point, but Fan Shui himself also immediately thought of this point. Thus, he quickly calmed his expression. As long as he could endure this moment, then it would be his opponent's time of death. As long as he used his full strength, his opponent would not be as lucky as he was now. He would definitely let him know the price of daring to scheme against him. However, as he thought of this, when Fan Shui's gaze inadvertently landed on Yan Chutian's face, he couldn't help but tremble, because he saw that there was still a trace of mockery on his opponent's face. In his view, this trace of mockery seemed to be mocking him for being able to endure this moment. The trace of mockery on Yan Chutian's face didn't have much deeper meaning. However, it would be extremely foolish to think that there would be a next moment under such circumstances. He had accumulated the power of the profound Sun Devourer for so long, but he had never used it before. With this thought in mind, one could imagine what Yan Chutian would do next. Without any explanation, he formed a seal and slowly reversed the profound Sun Devourer, forming a profound Sun Devourer that seemed to be able to return all the power of the profound Sun Devourer. Profound Sun Devourer. As the soft shout sounded, an extremely vast and turbulent accumulated power surged out in front of Yan Chutian like a volcanic eruption. In the face of such a devastating power, even Fan Shui found it difficult to think of anything. The surging power that was spat out tore through all his defenses and tore apart the nameplate at the first moment. He only had time to vaguely sense that this enormous power seemed to be mixed with the power of his profound spirit Jian. In the blink of an eye, only a collapsed space was left at the spot where Fan Gui had been. Needless to say, this scene made those disciples of the Cloud Heaven lineage, who were preparing to worry for Yan Chutian dumbstruck. It also caused the disciples from the Tianyang and Kongtong factions, who were waiting for Fan Shui to retaliate, to become deathly silent at this moment. There was not the slightest bit of noise. This was because they never expected that a moment ago, it could be said that Fan Shui's chances of victory were extremely high. However, in the next instant, an indescribable enormous power suddenly erupted. Fan Shui didn't even have time to cry out miserably or react before he was directly eliminated. How could anyone accept this in such a short time? Looking at the slowly recovering collapsed space, Yen Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief. It was true that the accumulated power of the profound Sun Devourer was strong. However, it was also thanks to Fan Shui's carelessness, or it could be said that he had succeeded in showing weakness earlier. Just as Yen Chutian let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a miserable cry from another place. He looked over and saw that the current Maihani had slashed at the body of the Tianfuging sixth-floor cultivator, who was fiercely fighting with her. Although there was the protection of the nameplate, it could clearly be seen that this sword had already seen red and caused the cultivator to suffer quite a bit of injury. However, more importantly, although there was the protection of the nameplate, this meant that he had already been eliminated. Sure enough, the next cultivator who let out a miserable cry was wrapped up by the power of space and was directly teleported away. Looking at this scene and Maihani's extremely cold expression, Yen Chutian secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his heart, he thought that women were indeed creatures that should not be provoked. At the same time, as if she had felt Yen Chutian's gaze, Maihani's beautiful eyes slowly looked over. The frosty expression on her pretty face immediately disappeared. Immediately after, a crimson red and impatience appeared on her white cheeks, as if she wanted to explain why she was so fierce just now. However, when her red lips opened, Maihani was stunned and couldn't say anything. She could only stare at Yen Chutian with a slightly red face. At the same time, with Yen Chutian and Maihani as the starting point on the various battlefields, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction continued to crush them. As more and more disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions were eliminated, the woman in the black dress and the male cultivators of the Tianfuging 7th floor had no choice but to give the order to retreat. Otherwise, if they continued to force themselves like this, they would probably cause this group of disciples that were temporarily separated to be completely eliminated in an extremely short period of time. Chapter 8:16. With Yen Chutian and Maihani as the starting point, more and more disciples from the Cloud Sky faction gathered their strength to suppress the other party. As a result, the woman in black and the male cultivator from the Tianfuging 7th floor had no choice but to lead the disciples under them to retreat again and again. This was not because they were afraid, but because they truly did not dare to not retreat. Otherwise, if this continued, even they did not dare to guarantee that their temporary group of disciples would not be completely eliminated. However, their retreat clearly caused the expressions of Shen Wuling, Wang Han and the others, who were also gathering their strength to attack, to become extremely ugly. This was because they never would have thought that while they were unable to make any progress, the group of disciples they had split off would be beaten to such a sorry state, and had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! Such a situation caused the two people, who were in high spirits and extremely calm before, to have distorted expressions of anger on their faces. They could not help but curse in a low voice. When they looked at Yuan Yang and Ba Hong, who were leading the group over, their eyes were filled with dense anger. However, they were also decisive, even though the situation in front of them made them feel extremely angry. However, they clearly understood that if this stalemate continued, the situation would only become more and more disadvantageous to them. After all, if this stalemate continued, they would have to bear the risk of being attacked from both sides. Thus, after exchanging a glance, the two of them practically spoke at the same time, ordering their disciples to retreat. Under the orders of the two of them, the groups of disciples under them retreated extremely decisively. However, this was actually because these disciples already knew that the situation in front of them was not good. After a dozen breaths, the groups of disciples from the Tianyang and Kongtong factions, who were originally in a stalemate at the center of the valley, withdrew and stopped at the edge of the valley. Without their encirclement, the Cloud Sky faction and Xian Ling faction disciples, who were originally trapped in the valley, were naturally able to directly escape and appear in the sky. When they finally managed to escape, without any words, they already understood everything when they saw the large group of disciples led by Yuan Yang and Ba Hong. It was also at this moment that many of the Profound Spirit faction's disciples, who had previously vented their anger on the Cloud Sky faction's disciples, lowered their heads in shame. They weren't idiots, so it was naturally impossible for them to be unable to discern exactly who it was that allowed them to escape from this mountain valley. This person was none other than the Yun Tian lineage, who had vented their anger on them earlier. Hence, how could they remain calm after escaping? More or less, shame appeared on their faces. However, they quickly turned this shame into strength and transferred it to the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. It was precisely the disciples of these two factions that had caused them to fall into such a difficult situation. Now that the situation had been reversed, it was only natural that they would not let the disciples of those two factions off so easily. He seemed to have sensed the other party's covetous gaze. Many of the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions had a bad feeling on their faces. This was because even though the top geniuses of their two factions and the quality of their disciples were not inferior to the other parties, they were still in the same cultivation realm. However, in terms of numbers there was already a large gap. After all, they were only formed by a group of disciples from the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. However, the other party was formed by a group of disciples from the Profound Spirit faction and two groups of disciples from the Cloud Sky faction. Thus, if they were to truly engage in a chaotic battle, even if the disciples at the top would not be afraid, the disciples at the bottom would very likely not be able to withstand the other party's attacks, and would be defeated. However, such a great opportunity had ended in failure after spending quite a bit of time. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, even people like Shen Wuling and Wang Han would not be able to easily accept it. Even at this moment, the gazes with which Shen Wuling and Wang Han looked at Yuan Yang and Ba Hong were still filled with anger that could not be concealed. If it wasn't for the other party, they would have already stepped on the other party, unable to move. However, it was precisely because of their support that the originally advantageous situation had been destroyed, turning it into an extremely disadvantageous situation for their two factions. However, no matter how furious he was, his rationality told him that he absolutely could not continue fighting. Otherwise, the ones who would truly die here today would likely be the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. However, before leaving, both Shen Wuling and Wang Han naturally did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. Cloud Sky faction, Profound Spirit faction, you can consider yourselves lucky today to be able to snatch a chance of survival at such a crucial moment. However, just you wait. This Sky Desert battle has yet to end. As long as you wish to remain in this Sky Desert, you will definitely not be so lucky next time. The moment he finished speaking, Shen Wuling and Wang Han controlled their spiritual energy and flew towards the other parts of the floating mountain. Since the two of them had already taken the lead, the other disciples naturally followed. However, even though the two of them had spoken ruthlessly, their current appearance caused their own disciples to feel dejected in the eyes of the two of them. Seeing the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions leaving in an unconcealable manner, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and Profound Spirit faction all revealed expressions of excitement and complacency. This was especially true for the disciples of the two factions that were trapped earlier. They never would have imagined that the final result would be like this. After the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions left, the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction and Profound Spirit faction sat down cross-legged in the mountain valley to recover from their injuries. At such a time, they were not worried that the disciples of the other factions would launch a sneak attack. After all, the three groups of disciples had already formed an extremely huge force when they met. If any faction wanted to launch a sneak attack on them now, they would first have to consider whether or not they possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would definitely go for wool and come home shorn. At the same time, the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions that had already left the mountain valley had an unprecedentedly stifling atmosphere. Every single disciple's face was gloomy, and it was difficult for them to reveal the slightest trace of a smile. How could they accept that the originally favorable situation had turned into such an outcome? They could even imagine that if this matter were to spread, they would likely become the laughingstock of the disciples of the other factions. It would also be a disgrace to their two factions. However, apart from the gloomy expression on his face, Shen Wuling's face was also continuously accumulating coldness. Today, the other side had run into dog's hit luck and had a reinforcement team arrive in time. However, there would definitely not be such luck next time. Furthermore, in terms of reinforcement teams, his Tianyang faction also had a reinforcement team that was rapidly rushing over from outside the floating mountain. At that time, he wanted to see if the Cloud Sky faction and Profound Spirit faction could still cause a storm in front of him. With that thought in mind, Shen Wuling's expression gradually improved. However, he also clearly understood that this matter would likely continue to become more and more popular in the following period of time. In the end, it was just as Shen Wuling had expected. Over the next few days, the matter gradually spread in the floating mountain through some unknown method, and the popularity of the matter continued to soar. No one would have thought that the sneak attack launched by the Tianyang and Kongtong factions would actually be countered. Although this was because the other side had waited for reinforcements to arrive, they should have been fully prepared from the moment they launched their sneak attack. How could they allow such a flaw to appear? Thus, this matter ultimately became the laughingstock of many disciples from the various factions ridiculing the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. On a certain high slope of the floating mountain, quite a number of figures were seated. Faintly at the center of them were a white-clothed figure and a blue-clothed figure. At this moment, there were traces of shock on the faces of the two people. This was because from the news they had received, the Cloud Sky faction had actually managed to escape from the attack of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions. In the end, they had no choice but to force the disciples of the Tianyang and Kongtong factions to retreat. Although the white-clothed figure was also shocked by such news, he did not show much emotion. After all, regardless of whether it was the Tianyang, Kongtong faction or the Cloud Sky faction, he did not feel anything. However, he did not show much emotion. Although the blue-clothed figure had an indifferent expression, the aura that he inadvertently emitted clearly announced the true emotions in his heart and was not what he showed on the surface. Chapter 8:17. Soon after, as if sensing the gaze of the white-clothed figure, although his expression was still calm, he still muttered to himself as if explaining himself. It seems that the Tianyang faction is truly not worthy of the position of the head of the 8 factions. They actually set up a trap first and still failed. As he slowly spoke, the blue-robed figure's expression became increasingly indifferent. However, at this moment, the white-clothed figure's expression had become increasingly mocking. Because he didn't say anything just now, no matter how one looked at it, the blue-robed figure's words seemed to be a confession without being pressed. However, while he was mocking, he didn't delve deeper into this matter and instead changed the topic. Although the Tianyang faction failed this time, it was only because they had the advantage of numbers. However, I have already received news that there seems to be a new group of Tianyang disciples rapidly heading towards the floating mountain. At that time, the situation will most likely tilt towards them. Hearing the white-clothed figure's words, the blue-robed figure's expression gradually became solemn because he had also heard of this point. However, he didn't panic. Due to the fact that the Celestial Array faction had always been neutral, very few disciples of the other factions would directly attack them. However, it might be a little different this time. After all, he had already said that this time, he didn't just want the Celestial Array faction to remain neutral. His celestial array faction had been silent for a long time, and it was time for them to show their edge to the other factions. At the same time, the disciples of the Cloud Sky and Xianling factions, who had been quietly sitting outside the valley for a long time, gradually recovered. Since they had recovered, it was naturally time for the two factions to separate. After all, they weren't disciples of the same faction and naturally couldn't stay together forever. Otherwise, if they encountered a fortuitous encounter, how would they split it? Therefore, one could very quickly see the Xianling faction disciples under the lead of the three commander disciples of the Tianfujing 7th floor quickly flying towards other parts of the floating mountain. As for the two groups of the Cloud Sky faction, there was no need for them to separate. It could even be said that they absolutely couldn't separate. After all, the Cloud Sky faction had always been the weakest among the other factions. Only when the two groups met did they faintly become the overlord of the various factions on the floating mountain. But of course, everyone knew that this was only temporary. The reinforcements from the other factions could arrive at any time. At that time, the situation of his Cloud Sky faction would become extremely bad. But at the very least, he could buy some time. Taking advantage of this time gap, the Cloud Sky bloodline could plunder as many crystal essences as possible in the floating mountain range. Once the reinforcements from the various factions arrived, all they had to do was to be a little more stable. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian and the other disciples of the Cloud Sky faction naturally couldn't remain in this mountain valley for too long. After they had rested for a while, they began to search the floating mountain range for crystal essence opportunities under the leadership of 4 commander-level disciples. The heavens rewarded those who persevered. Or it could be said that the crystal marrow opportunities in the floating mountain range were simply too abundant, allowing them to quickly obtain crystal marrow treasure lands one after another. The crystal marrow excavated from the crystal marrow treasure lands made even Yan Chutian's eyes light up. This was because it meant that he could polish the remaining 2,000 feet of his heavenly palace in an extremely short amount of time. He had even thoroughly studied the entire heavenly palace. After harvesting the crystal marrow, given Yan Chutian's character, he naturally wouldn't leave it behind. Instead, he immediately used it on his blade. Therefore, when night fell, one could see Yan Chutian sitting cross-legged somewhere in the crowd, quietly refining the crystal marrow he had obtained during the day and polishing his heavenly palace. 2 days later, he finished polishing the remaining 2,000 feet of his heavenly palace. Then, he used the power of the crystal marrow to thoroughly study his 2,000 feet heavenly palace. Although he didn't need to go to great lengths to refine his heavenly palace after each breakthrough, he still needed to thoroughly study it. After all, every time he made a breakthrough, the crystal marrow, which had been polished to the extreme, would more or less become rough again. This didn't mean that its quality was weakened. Instead, it meant that the original quality level could no longer keep up with the new realm. The larger the area of the heavenly abode, the more time and price one would have to pay for the research. Perhaps some cultivators would consciously or subconsciously skip this step of thoroughly studying it because of some objective factors or the trouble involved. However, Yan Chutian would never do that. This was because he knew all too well that this step of thoroughly studying it was extremely important. It would also affect the size of his heavenly palace when he made a breakthrough. Therefore, Yan Chutian could be said to be extremely serious when it came to thoroughly studying it. He wasn't any less serious than when he was polishing his heavenly palace. In this way, the foundation of his heavenly palace would naturally not remain the same. Instead, it would slowly increase at an almost imperceptible speed. However, just as Yan Chutian felt that he was about to finish thoroughly studying his heavenly palace, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the crystal marrow treasure lands they currently occupied. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could clearly see that many figures had gathered outside the crystal marrow treasure lands. Judging from their attire, these figures seemed to be the disciples of the Tianyang branch. However, unlike before, although this was still the Tianyang branch's team, it was obviously a new team. This was because even the leading disciples were completely different. The 3 disciples of the Tianfuging 7th floor leading the team were 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women looked extremely similar. Even the aura they exuded was almost identical. Needless to say, they were definitely a pair of sisters. As for the remaining man, he was dressed in black armor. His entire body exuded an extremely strong spiritual pressure that was enough to make any cultivator of the Tianfuging 6th floor feel extremely oppressed. Although Yan Chutian didn't know about the 3 of them, he soon learned about their identities from Maihani. The sisters were called Lu Yenji and Lu Binghan. Although the 2 of them didn't have any backing, they were still able to reach their current positions step by step. One could only imagine how strong and talented they were. In addition, because the 2 of them were sisters, they also cultivated a set of joint attack spiritual technique. Once this technique was used, it was extremely powerful. It was difficult for anyone in the same realm to match it. As for the black-armored man, his name was Fang Xiang. His cultivation had also truly stepped into the Tianfuging 7th floor. His spiritual technique, the Black Flame Demonic Spear, was extremely famous. It was said that the Black Flame Demonic Spear could not only corrode spiritual energy, but also many inexplicable mysterious powers. After hearing the characteristics of the Black Flame Demonic Spear, Yan Chutian was definitely interested in it. He also wanted to see if the Black Flame Demonic Spear, which could corrode many mysterious powers, could corrode his mysterious yang energy. Of course, although he wanted to know, he definitely wouldn't clash with it now. After all, the other party had the cultivation of the Tianfuging 7th floor. If he were to clash with it now, even if his mysterious yang energy didn't disappoint him, he wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few attacks from the other party. Returning to the main topic, when 2 branches met, there was no need to mention 2 branches that had a conflict with each other not long ago. Even if this Tianyang branch wasn't the same as the previous one, they wouldn't have any good feelings for each other. At this moment, the disciples of the Cloud Sky branch didn't need to be afraid. Although the other party wasn't weak, the disciples of the Cloud Sky branch were stronger. Although that was the case, no matter if it was Lu Yenji, Lu Binghan, or that Fang Xiang, their gazes were still filled with contempt. His gaze was still filled with disdain. Then, he coldly sneered. "Heg, it seems that you're the ones who luckily escaped from my Tianyang branch. Although it was because of Xin Wuling's own incompetence, I still have to tell you that you won't have such luck in the future. In the end, the overlord of this sky desert, and even the entire inner sect of the Firmament God Palace, will be our Tianyang branch." After saying those words, the large group of disciples left like a tide under the lead of the 2 women and 1 man. The current situation was unfavorable to them, so they naturally wouldn't do anything. However, although the Tianyang branch's new group left, it caused quite a shock to the disciples of the Cloud Sky branch. Everyone knew that the arrival of the Tianyang branch's new group was extremely unfavorable to their Cloud Sky branch. Once the 2 Tianyang branches groups met, the strength of the Tianyang branch on the floating mountain would rise to an extremely frightening level. Chapter 8:18. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the Tianyang faction would be when they arrived at the floating mountain. The first to attack would definitely be the Cloud Sky faction. At that time, how were they going to defend themselves? In such a situation, there were only 2 choices in front of him. One was to retreat out of fear and leave the floating mountain. However, while this seemed safe, it would undoubtedly destroy their own future. If they retreated out of fear now, their Cloud Sky faction would no longer have any chance of gaining a foothold in the Sky Desert. However, even though they knew how terrible this choice was, they couldn't easily make a decision. That was the other choice. This was because they would have to face the Tianyang faction head-on. However, when the two groups from the Tianyang faction gathered, would they still have the strength to face them head-on? As a result, the atmosphere among the Cloud Sky faction disciples on the Crystal Essence Treasure Land had become extremely oppressive. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the gazes of many disciples turned towards the four geniuses from the Tianfuging 7th floor at the very front. They knew very well that at this moment, the right to make the decision rested with the four of them. If they didn't have such a top disciple leading them, no matter how many disciples they had below them, they wouldn't have the strength to fight against the other factions. Even though Ba Hong and the other three had always been the center of attention, they still felt quite a bit of pressure at this moment. After all, they understood that their decision would affect the fate of so many of their disciples and even the entire Cloud Sky faction in the Sky Desert battle. A single misstep would consign them to eternal damnation. As such, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise, even the four of them wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, no matter how great the pressure was, the four of them knew very well that their Cloud Sky faction couldn't back down or run away at this moment. Running away seemed safe, but in reality, the consequences were no different from being directly eliminated. As a result, not long after, the four of them looked at each other. Their expressions were dignified as they announced to the surrounding disciples who had raised their heads. Their Cloud Sky faction would not be afraid in the slightest on the floating mountain. When the four of them said this, many disciples of the Cloud Sky faction couldn't help but become extremely excited. The originally oppressive atmosphere was naturally swept away. All the disciples had firm expressions on their faces as they fearlessly looked in the direction where the Tianyang group of disciples had left. Feeling the rising atmosphere around him, even Yen Chutian couldn't help but be infected by the atmosphere. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. At the same time, he also believed that only by fearlessly resisting could his Cloud Heaven bloodline truly become powerful. If they were afraid and fled before the battle even began, then no matter how many disciples they had, they would only be at the bottom of the 8 factions. At the same time, sensing Yen Chutian's affected expression, Maihani couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, "I didn't expect you to be so hot-blooded. Looking at your appearance, I really wonder if you are an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, or have already lived a lifetime." Hearing Maihani's teasing words, although Yen Chutian's reaction was indifferent, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was because he never thought that Maihani's teasing words would actually hit the nail on the head. However, he also knew that Maihani was really just teasing him, so he replied with a faint smile. "Haha! Senior Sister Han, you must be joking." Maihani couldn't help but frown when she heard him call her senior sister Han. However, with her thick skin, she couldn't say any words of dissatisfaction and could only snort softly. Sensing Maihani's dissatisfaction, Yen Chutian seemed rather helpless. He didn't forget Yen Chutian from that day, but he still wasn't used to directly calling him by his name. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing and called her senior sister. In short, after the atmosphere of the crowd was stirred up, the enormous group of Cloud Sky disciples once again returned to searching for crystal essences, refining and absorbing them like before. However, the atmosphere among the disciples faintly became tense. Evidently, the words of the commander disciple from the Tianyang faction that day had pressured them. Under this pressure, all the disciples couldn't help but become even more solemn than before. At the same time, on the other side of the vast floating mountain, the two groups of Tianyang disciples finally met under a certain peak. In front of the two groups, the 7 figures with powerful auras that could oppress any cultivator from the Tianfuging 6th floor gathered together at this moment. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this group of people was the strongest on the floating mountain. However, when the two groups met at this moment, the latter couldn't help but ridicule the former. After all, it was because of the former that the Tianyang faction had become a rare laughingstock among the disciples of the various factions. "Haha! Shun Wuling, I didn't think that you guys couldn't even deal with the ants from the Cloud Sky faction." The enchanting red-clothed Lu Yenji mocked. Beside her, Lu Binghan didn't say anything, but the expression on her face didn't conceal her ridicule at all. Although Shen Wuling felt humiliated by the two women's ridicule, he couldn't refute it. He could only lower his head and remain silent. Fortunately, at this moment, another proud disciple from the Tianfujing 7th floor frowned and said, "Lu Yenji, this time, the Cloud Sky faction took advantage of our luck and rushed over to provide reinforcements in advance. Otherwise, the disciples from the Cloud Sky faction would have all been eliminated by our hand." However, hearing his words, the black-armored Fang Xiang from Lu Yenji and Lu Binghan's side narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "You're wrong. That's not right. In my heavenly sun lineage, failure is failure. How can there be a reason?" The atmosphere gradually turned subtle. In the end, a cold glint flashed through Shen Wuling's eyes as he slowly spoke. "Enough. According to the rules of our Tianyang faction, this is my failure. That is undeniable. However, the most important thing right now is to return this humiliation to the Cloud Sky faction and the Profound Spirit faction several times over. Otherwise, even if I, Shen Wuling, receive a severe punishment, I will not be able to restore the face of our Tianyang faction." Shen Wuling's words were very reasonable. In the end, Lu Yenji and Fang Xiang could only snort coldly and say nothing. After that, they could only ask, "What do you have in mind? The Cloud Sky faction should know of our arrival. Furthermore, after experiencing what happened before, they definitely won't fall for another trap so easily." Shen Wuling seemed to have anticipated those words. He directly said, "Since it is impossible for us to make a hidden move, we will directly invite them into the trap. Although this floating sky mountain is profound, it is of a higher level than the Crystal Marrow treasure lands. However, no matter how many Crystal Marrow treasures there is still a difference in quality. If I am not wrong, there is definitely a place in the floating sky mountain with the richest Crystal Marrow treasures. When that opportunity appears, it will definitely attract the attention of the other factions. At that time, the Cloud Sky faction and the Profound Spirit faction will definitely appear. At that time, as long as we borrow the strength of the Kong Tong faction, even if the Cloud Sky faction and the Profound Spirit faction join forces again, they will not be able to escape the fate of elimination under our strength." As Shen Wuling spoke, his gaze swept around. However, no one objected. This was because they had to admit that what Shen Wuling said was extremely likely to happen. With their current strength, as long as the Cloud Sky faction and the Profound Spirit faction dared to approach, they could completely defeat them. While the Tianyang faction had already thought of such a plan to invite them into the trap, the disciples of the 6 factions in various parts of the floating sky mountain also had their own thoughts. Everyone could vaguely feel that not long from now, on this floating mountain, there was definitely going to be a major clash between the various factions. And the scale of this battle was probably only at the end of the Sky Desert, when the 8 factions fought. As for now, it was just the calm before the storm. Under a certain valley, Yen Chutian, who had been quietly sitting cross-legged for a long time, finally let out a long breath of turbid air. Then, he opened his eyes and couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. Just a moment ago, he had finally finished studying the 5,200 feet sky palace in his body. At this moment, he was already at the peak of the Tianfujing 4th floor, or rather, at the 5th level of the Sky Palace realm. Chapter 8:19. However, even if he had reached the peak of the Tianfujing 4th floor, Yen Chutian was very clear that it was still insufficient to deal with the current situation. He could also clearly feel the atmosphere before the storm. Therefore, he fully expected that the chaotic battle between the various factions of the inner sect would soon erupt on the floating mountain. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm could only be considered ordinary in such a grand scene. At the very least, one had to reach the time-fuging 6th floor in order to stand out and have the possibility of leading the direction of this chaotic battle. After all, even though the number of basic disciples was not small, they were an extremely huge force. However, the ones at the center were still the upper disciples. Only when the upper disciples opened up the situation could the disciples under them be able to raise their morale and defeat their opponents in one go. Therefore, to Yen Chutian, he had to break through to the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm before the storm truly arrived. However, he also understood that this matter could not be rushed. After all, if he wanted to break through, he had to find a quasi-7th grade crystal essence, or even a true 7th grade crystal essence. However, regardless of whether it was the latter or the former, how could it be easy to find? Therefore, Yen Chutian did not dare to hold too much hope in his heart. He understood that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. However, although he did not hold much hope, he would definitely not give up on the possibility of finding such a high-grade crystal essence. Every time he found the location of a treasure trove of crystal essence, he spared no effort to search in the mountains where the aura of crystal essence was dense. He wished that he could see through the earth beneath his feet. However, after a few days, even though he had changed locations several times, he still could not find even the slightest trace of a high-grade crystal essence. Such a situation naturally caused the expectations that he had intentionally lowered in his heart to be infinitely lowered. However, it was precisely when one's luck was disappointing that it would suddenly appear and shake one's heart. After another treasure trove of crystal essence, Yen Chutian, who was originally about to give up, suddenly sensed that there seemed to be an extremely special essence aura in the shadow of the mountain. This essence aura was special because Yen Chutian could not really sense the existence of this crystal essence aura. However, when his spiritual eye inadvertently swept over, he suddenly saw that there was actually a faint red aura that was constantly shrinking in the shadow. This situation might be difficult for others to detect, and even if they did, they would not know what it was. However, Yen Chutian was all too clear about what this situation meant. While his expression was filled with unconcealable excitement, he slowly approached the shadow. Spiritual energy gathered in his hand, condensing into a blade of light. As the light blade fell, the ground in the shadow slowly. After the soil was lifted, one could see that there was actually a piece of bright red crystal essence. In this crystal essence, 7 blood-colored balls of essence were extremely dazzling. Although the last ball of essence was somewhat exquisite and dim, there was no doubt that it was actually a quasi-7th grade crystal essence. Seeing the quasi-7th grade crystal essence under the soil, Yen Chutian could not hide the shock on his face. However, in fact, when he saw the special essence aura of this quasi-7th grade crystal essence, he had more or less expected it. This was because he knew too well that crystal essences above the 7th grade could not only produce true crystal essence saliva, but they were also extremely different from ordinary crystal essences in other aspects. For example, if a 7th grade crystal essence had not been touched, its original essence aura would be extremely hidden. Only the faint red aura that spread out would be easy to detect. Only after it had been touched would the aura of the crystal essence be released. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to pick up this quasi-7th grade crystal essence with incomparable excitement, a sudden burst of powerful spiritual energy shot out from behind him. However, he didn't expect that an extremely fierce spiritual energy would suddenly burst out from the darkness. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on the crystal marrow in front of him and circulate his spiritual energy to turn around and defend himself. But even if Yen Chutian's reaction was extremely fast and the vast amount of spiritual energy rapidly gathered around him, when the spiritual light burst out, it was still able to forcibly tear apart his defense. Then, with the remaining power of the spiritual light, he was forced to retreat several feet. After quickly stabilizing himself, Yen Chutian immediately looked at the source of the spiritual energy that had suddenly burst out. Generally speaking, if someone approached, he would be able to detect it immediately. However, this time, it was not only because he was wholeheartedly searching for the crystal essence, but also because the other party had hidden so well that he actually did not detect it. His gaze quickly locked onto the source, and when he saw the figure of the source, his narrowed eyes turned completely cold. It was because this figure was none other than the young man from the time-fuging 6th floor who had stood in front of Ba Xian and targeted him that day. After seeing his face clearly, Yan Chutian could completely imagine that the other party had not come here by chance, but had been secretly watching him all along under Ba Xian's instructions. Now, it was obvious that it was difficult for him to hide because he had discovered a quasi-7th-grade crystal essence. This was because even a cultivator from the time-fuging 6th floor could not resist the temptation of a quasi-7th-grade crystal essence. If this quasi-crystal essence was used properly, even if it could not help a cultivator from the time-fuging 6th floor break through, it could at least greatly improve or refine their own time-fuging sanctum. The situation was just as Yan Chutian had thought. Tai Yen had been secretly watching for a long time, and when he finally saw the quasi-7th-grade crystal essence, he could no longer suppress his desire. Even he had never possessed a quasi-7th-grade crystal essence. If he could get it, he had no doubt that it would help him greatly improve the foundation of his time-fuging sanctum. Therefore, after forcing Yan Chutian to retreat, he did not even hesitate to reach out and grab the quasi-7th-grade crystal essence. However, he had discovered this crystal essence with great difficulty, so how could Yan Chutian just watch it be taken away by the other party? As the big hand of spiritual energy reached out, Yan Chutian once again turned his palm into a knife. The extremely sharp knife hand whizzed out, even tearing the space apart, and chopped straight at the big hand of spiritual energy that was reaching for the crystal essence. His hand rose and the knife fell. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chutian's knife hand chopped down the big hand of spiritual energy. It was also because of this that the greed in Tai Yan's eyes abruptly subsided. At this moment, he seemed to have suddenly remembered that the guy on the time-fuging 4th floor in front of him could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. In the chaotic battle in the valley that day, even among the Tianyang branch, there was a guy from the time-fuging 6th floor who looked down on him too much, so he was directly eliminated by his strange means. However, Tai Yen was still very confident in his heart. He felt that as long as he was careful, even if the guy in front of him was extremely strange, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not make another move. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I, Tai Yen, was the first to discover this crystal essence. If you know what's good for you, you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you should also know what's right in this sky desert and even in the firmament god palace." Listening to Tai Yan's half-domineering and half-suggestive words, Yan Chutian could not help but smile coldly. Tai Yen really thought of himself as the kind of shrimp that he could scare away with his intimidation? It was not that there were no such guys who wanted to take things from Yan Chutian, but at least they were not like him. Haha, if you want to rob it, just say it. In this place where there is no one, why say any beautiful words? Yan Chutian said to Tai Yen with extreme ridicule. Listening to his words, how could Tai Yen have a good face? His face was constantly gloomy and cold. In the end, he hid it again and shouted coldly. "Reckless thing, you thought that you could really show off in front of the cultivators of the time-fuging 6th floor by defeating a fool of the Tianyang branch when he was unprepared? Today, you will pay the price for your arrogance." After the cold shout, Tai Yen no longer hesitated. The spiritual power around his body surged out wildly, and a huge pressure suppressed the surrounding heaven and earth. It was so oppressive that the space was broken. It directly burst out and whistled toward Yan Chutian. Although he did not want to cause more trouble, he also saw that the guy in front of him was not the kind of guy who would be beaten back. Moreover, this timing was also very good. when he had seriously injured him, even if someone came to find him, he could use him to sneak attack him and want to rob the crystal essence from him. In this way it was killing two birds with one stone.